STW extension, or are you actually in the North Cape Village Apartments now?
Well, I can tell you it's been a very, very dangerous and extremely fast pursuit. They've been chasing that van right there. Now,
It's exactly what he's doing. Are you Googling the laws right now?
Henderson Police Department's SWAT team responded to the scene and set up a perimeter around the condominium.
I travel in and out of time zones.
And the 3 key rules for a criminal defense lawyer: always on time, impeccably dressed, and occasionally sober.
The yellow sports car up ahead won't stop. Then, something happens you might expect in a Spider-Man movie. It wraps around the tire of the fleeing vehicle and stops all forward motion.
Objection, action answered.
I mean, he leaps over the fucking bench.
No, the thing is, that's my property. You have no choice.
Actually, I do, because I found friggin' Xanax bars on your driver's seat. If you want to explain something, explain those.
Cops get very frustrated when you don't answer their questions.
No.
Right, step back forward.
He's gonna go straight. There's a car right here. Got him.
All right, I'm going to excuse everyone. Mr. Brooks is being removed from the courtroom.
This is fucking hilarious. So he pulls out a joint in court.
Go.
Turn on your stomach! Stop fighting us! Stop resisting!
The injury by the police, that may be a separate issue for you to file a civil suit.
Chris, just while he's doing that, talk to me. What were you running for again? Warrants? A felony warrant? City warrants what?
Felony warrant on Kansas.
Well, I'm pretty sure they ran you, and you don't have any warrants.
I don't.
No.
No warrants.
No. It's all that for nothing, right? No warrants, no nothing.
Yeah.
Police! A little farther back. A little more. Okay, go. I'm not finna sit here and let you fix the trial because you don't want to tell the truth to the jury.
We're there, guys. Got eyes on.
I want to suck. Yes, I think I would like to suck your dick. I don't think so.
I prefer not to.
I prefer not to, sir. See that? I love that.
So do you wish to say anything?
No, ma'am.
All right, thank you.
We're back. Did you miss us? Yes, you did. Just a little bit. And my arm just slipped off the desk there. AJ will be joining us very, very shortly. She had a power outage at her house today, so she's busy drying her hair, as one should. So welcome. As you know, we did our collab yesterday on the Bercy Armstrong trial, which pretty much wrapped up yesterday. The last witness was the stepfather, and then we were looking for closing arguments, but I think they had some. Good morning, Hamilton. Hello, welcome. We're just recapping yesterday's trial, and we'll be starting a new one straight after it, which looks like a doozy, or should I say a daisy, so to speak. So good morning, Kiss Me a Cow. Good morning. Welcome in. AJ will be joining us momentarily. So yesterday's trial was about the unaliving of a DJ. So Tashika was 34 years old, and her on-again, off-again boyfriend was Bercy Armstrong, who was 33 at the time, unalived her with 2 pew-pews, and left the 2 children, one aged 1, which was a little girl called Bailey, and another one that was aged 3, named after his father, Bercy. And they weren't found until like 12 hours later, or was it even longer? So the unaliving happened at like 1:30 in the morning, and they were found by the decedent's mother at about 5:30 in the afternoon the following day. And the poor little baby girl, the 1-year-old, was found holding onto her deceased mother's hand, and the little boy was covered in his mother's blood, sitting on the bed shivering, which was just tragic. So we went right through the trial yesterday, which was pretty good, but I think they had some technical difficulties, so we haven't been able to find any closing statements, but we do have a verdict that's already in, which is why we thought we would start the new trial straight after it, because there's only pretty much 5 minutes of footage from a news team. Oh, hello. Who's popping in here then? Surprise. How are we?
Good.
That was a deep voice, Bri.
Oh, good. Can't find my mute button. I was hoping it wasn't on.
Good morning. Hey, Shay, how are you? Wow, everybody's here. It's exciting. We're just waiting for AJ now. He's gone. Are you off work today, Bri?
Yes.
Excellent.
But
Excellent.
I have to take Madison to an appointment in a couple of hours.
Awesome. Oh, so
Hopefully we'll be done by then.
Yeah, we should be. Day one was yesterday of this new trial, so that's fine, AJ. Take your time, sweetheart. So this new trial, it is called, before we get to the verdict, I'll wait for AJ for the verdict. It's called the Mum Witchcraft Trial. Now, it's about a 28-year-old Iowa man who is called Tyler Dazey. And he's been charged with first-degree unaliving after his mother was found deceased and beaten in her own home. And apparently when the police discovered her, she had brutal injuries to her head, neck, and face. So he allegedly told police that his mother, Jennifer, practiced witchcraft against him. So he's also been accused of unaliving the family dog. That's in the charges. And he apparently can face up to life behind bars. And he's been deemed competent to stand trial following a multiple series of evaluations, apparently. So that's all I know about it. Haven't seen it, haven't watched it. We're all going in blind, which is good. I enjoy that. You get a cold reaction. Team night shift, yes. It was a late one for me last night. Did you watch yesterday's stream, bro?
I did.
Yeah. With our technical difficulties and everything.
Yeah.
Oh,
it's always fun.
Yeah, well, I hadn't, because we are actually simultaneously streaming on both channels. So if AJ, because she goes to her dad's today, this will continue on her channel even after she's logged off. So we get like the double value, so to speak, if that makes sense. But yesterday she hosted the stream, so I had no control over comments or anything, whereas today it's my turn. So because she doesn't normally stream on a Thursday, so didn't realize how long I've been gone. Gabby going to be. Oh yeah, she'll be here. Don't you worry. I'm surprised she's not already. She's an absolute scream, isn't she? Sleeping. Can't be doing that, Carmen. I'm the one that should be doing that. So it was, I think 4:30 I got to sleep this morning. Oops. Never mind. So what do we think? Got a private chat. You're here. You need to turn your camera on then, sweetheart. There you go. Yay!
You may
Look
not
who
want me
we've got.
to. I'm kind of here.
I've got a hat that fixes that.
I wanted, once we do the verdict, I'm going to go get my second cup of coffee and maybe some eyeliner on so my eyes don't disappear. But yeah, I was just trying to get my hair dried, and it's so humid here that my hair is like, nah. Nah.
And we have a special guest. Surprise! Name to a face.
Yes. Good to see you.
Good morning.
He's got the deepest voice.
He does. I saw Hamilton was here. I was so good.
Yeah.
Good to
Gabby's
see her.
is not though.
Nah, she'll be here in about 20 minutes.
Yeah.
She wakes up.
Kiss Me a Cow's here.
Hello. Shy's here. Cheyenne, I can't call you Shy. Because I know you as Cheyenne. She's like, everybody calls me Shy. Like, I can't. So, and Carmen.
Cool.
So,
all right. Well,
if you want to do the verdict and then.
Yep. And then we'll move
have
in.
it going on my phone, so I will take you with me to hear the openings of this witchcraft trial.
Yep. No worries.
I'm gonna have to change my thumbnail.
Did you like it?
I kind of glanced at it, yeah, but I have Armstrong up as my so I'll have to change that.
All right,
but
so
I'm pretty sure this is not going to be a surprise.
No. They took just over an hour to deliberate.
I'm surprised it took that long.
Yeah,
I was watching.
So the whole trial was just 2 days?
It was 1 day, basically.
Yeah, 1 day, and I think
they
had the closing arguments the following day, but they didn't. They've taken it down. I couldn't find it anywhere.
It stopped. It just suddenly stopped when the defense was actually saying something and giving his closing, and it just cut out. So I don't know what happened. But
yeah, it's not up there.
So.
The only bit I could find was this, and that's pretty much a news editorial, and it's got snippets of the closing arguments, but that's it.
Yeah, I searched for it to see if I could find it. And
yep.
I couldn't. I have to do something with
it.
This
Is
hair.
what it is.
Yeah,
we'll just go with it.
Yeah, he didn't have a defense. I still don't know his motive. No. That's bugging me, and we'll never know. So
probably not.
Yeah.
All right, let's do it, shall we?
Awesome.
But first tonight, Bercy Armstrong found guilty on 2 counts of murder for the death of a Jacksonville DJ and her unborn child. Thank you for joining us at 5. I'm Anthony Austin.
And I'm Heather Crawford. Tashika Young was found shot dead inside of her apartment at Mission Point Apartments almost 2 years ago. She was pregnant at the time. Her baby also died in the shooting. Young's 2 children, a 1-year-old and a 3-year-old, were inside that home when all of this happened. Zach Wilcox has been following this case closely since the beginning. He joins us now live in front of the Duval County Courthouse. Zach, what's the latest?
Yeah, we know that the jury came out with that decision after deliberating for about an hour, hour and a half or so. And that's after 3 days of hearing from multiple witnesses, about a dozen witnesses, with a packed courtroom, family filling one side of the courtroom. Tashika Young's family, as they had to relive what they experienced 2 years ago, as that evidence was being presented throughout the length of the trial here. And we'll give you a look at what was the final things we heard from both attorneys today during their closing arguments, as well as what we heard from the family as they left the courtroom. One final witness took the stand before both sides rested their cases. The DNA expert from FDLE showed the jury where she took blood samples off the pair of sweatpants found tucked under the stairs at Bercy Armstrong's parents' home.
The observed DNA profile is greater than 700 billion times more likely to occur if the samples originated from Tashika Young than from an unrelated individual.
Armstrong's defense asked the expert if there would be another way for that DNA to get there.
If I put my hand in my pocket, right here, am I rubbing off skin cells, and that's why you look in the pocket area?
Yes.
So you could get somebody's skin cells along with somebody's blood from that pocket area and have that mixture. Right?
Yes.
Armstrong decided not to take the stand. During closing arguments, prosecutor Sheila Loizos reminded the jury what Tashika Young's downstairs neighbor heard the day she was found dead.
I love you. I love you. Who else did she love other than Bercy Armstrong? So even though she wasn't able to to talk to you
No
today.
kidding.
Her last words got to you.
With the jury found the defendant guilty of murder in the second degree.
The jury decided Armstrong was guilty of both second-degree murder charges. Tashika Young's cousin shared the family's reaction to that verdict.
Bittersweet moment. It's bitter to the point that we did lose 2 lives, but it's sweet to the point that justice was served today, and we are elated that justice was served today.
And so you just heard from Young's cousin. We just talked to them about an hour ago. We also talked with Young's mother. You'll hear that coming up at 6 o'clock. But let's talk about what happens now. So now we have the guilty verdict on both charges. Each one carries 25 years to life. I did talk with a spokesperson with the state attorney's office who mentioned they will be pursuing life in prison for Bercy Armstrong, and the sentencing phase is expected to start on August 19th, a little over from a month from now. In downtown, Zach Wilcox, First Coast News, on your side.
Thanks, Zach.
Thanks so much, sir.
That was excellent.
That was just shocking.
Yeah. Surprise, surprise.
So they did, when he said 3 days of testimony, that's kind of misleading because they did opening statements late one afternoon and the judge ended the day. And then we had that full day testimony that we did. And then that, I guess, one more witness yesterday morning, but they took all that down. So I guess it did go 3 days.
It was a small news channel though, wasn't it? So
I don't know. I'm not familiar with news.
Was first degree murder on the table?
I
Or was
I
second
don't
degree the
know.
highest
I
charge?
think it was both charges were second. So
yeah, 2
I don't
counts,
know.
one for her and one for the baby.
I mean, he broke the door down to get in there. I mean, it seemed.
How could the
first
police
degree to
miss
me.
that?
Carmen brought up a good point yesterday that because I think he was in there when the police came because those babies were crying at what happened, and then there's no noise, and then
He
Carmen
had to
brought
have
up-
been in there.
He had to have been there.
Yeah, for
Carmen
sure.
said that she thinks that he left, locked everything up, and then broke the door. But that wouldn't. And the downstairs neighbor, she called somebody to come get her, so she may have been gone at that time too. I don't know that she ever went back, because it scared her so much. So
yeah, she ended up staying the night somewhere else.
Yeah,
But
So-
she said she didn't hear anyone coming down the stairs, so
yeah, that's why I think he was there.
he was still there.
I think she left, then he left and broke the door down.
Look who
That's,
showed
I mean, that's, I don't know. That,
Yeah.
that makes sense to me why the police would say there wasn't any damage. And then the mom says the
Yep.
door was gutted. So
Welcome, Missy.
good morning, Gabby.
Yeah, I don't know. Either that.
Cheyenne, yes.
I just appreciate YouTube and trails can bring. Yeah. Ain't that the truth?
You know, around the globe.
Mhm.
Oh, I knew Gabby would be happy to see Hamilton too. We haven't seen Hamilton in a while. She's been busy.
Excellent. Excellent. All right. Did you hear the intro of the new trial?
I did. Yep. I had
Yep,
it
right.
playing on my phone.
Excellent. So I've got it queued up to start at opening statements, but that's all I know about the trial. I don't know anything else. So we will
I know the audio
fly
is
by the
not
seat of our.
great. So I
Well,
know
there's
the audio.
2 channels. There's 2
Oh, you
channels
found
that have
another one?
streamed it. Yeah.
Good.
Yep. So I've
Great.
got the law and crime one up, but if that's crappy, I've got another one.
Because I think that's when I was listening to yesterday. It was cutting in and out, the law and crime one. So
Hi, Gabby.
I'm not sure. We'll just see
no,
what happens.
no one's probably seen Bry's face on your side, have they?
No.
No.
Right, I'm gonna mod you. You didn't say I couldn't, so So, unless you say no, here's your
I'm
chance.
good. I'm good with wrenches.
All right, then you're getting another one.
Will that please George or not?
I don't
I
Uh,
I appreciate that.
He's a very good help, let me tell you.
Good. Good.
All righty. Let's do it, shall we?
Yes.
Ba-ba-da-ba.
right, I'm gonna go grab my coffee. So I got something to wake up on. I'll be right back.
Hang on. I can see it. None of you can.
I do that too.
Okay.
Ah, really, Hamilton? Ah, I hate that.
Who, the defendant?
Of the jury.
I think that's what. Yeah, I think that's who she's talking about.
Let me see if I've got it up.
May I publish prosecution, Judge?
Oh, it's not very loud, is it?
It isn't.
Tell me if that's any better.
And just for the record, the state has talked to us about this prior to doing this, and we don't have any objection.
Okay.
That was one thing about Bev. She made them speak into the microphone.
Yeah.
She had to do one thing good.
She was a pain in the ass.
Good.
And Echo Daisy. They are enjoying vacation together.
She's quiet again because she's not on the mic.
The water, not a care in the world. Jennifer Dazey was 46 years old. Her companion, Echo, was still a pup, just a few months old when this picture was taken. Jenny was taken, and that was to make it to all 30 states before she turned 50 years old. She wanted to complete that task with Echo by her side. Jenny and Echo's lives were cut short on January 18, 2024, and the evidence will show that
It's a quick trial.
the defendant
Oh, is it? Okay.
January of this year.
Christy Bowman
Oh,
has
yes.
been
I thought you
Jenny's
meant
friend
the
for
length of it.
many years. She and Jenny met several years ago and became quick friends, best friends. Over the years, they fell
Are
in
the
and out of
CCs
contact like
on?
friends do, but some health problems brought them closer together. And in September 2023, they were back, best friends.
Is that better?
In September, Jenny was to have surgery, and Christy was always there for appointments and her care schedule.
If you grab them, you can move
Around
them to
that
the
same
top
time,
so that
Jenny's
the way they
son,
don't get covered.
The
There you go.
defendant moved
But it's
in
pretty
with her at
quiet.
1605 Avoca Street.
Oops.
Avoca
Is that better?
Street is that neighborhood in town.
Yeah, just the
tucked
volume
right
is very
between
quiet.
Senior High School
Yeah.
and University Avenue by Westminster Church and the Hardys that just got torn down. Cut through neighborhood. That's where 1605 Avoca Street.
Hopefully it's just while she's not.
During Jenny's recovery from that surgery, Christy
At the
was at
table.
1605 Avoca Street often. She got to know the defendant better during this time, as the defendant and Jenny were home together quite often. She will tell you about how Jenny would nag the defendant, how Jenny would do things that upset him, and he would call her nasty names. But otherwise, everything seemed okay. Christy was around until her own words came about. She had to tend to them with the surgery scheduled in December. Jenny or the defendant regularly during her recovery, though Jenny did come over to her.
It's almost like different audios are being picked up. Like each microphone, like a different microphone is picking her up and it's dropping out. Do you want me to try the other one? I think it's probably the courtroom though, to be honest.
Yeah, we can try it. Do you have a sound booster too?
No.
You need to get that. Are you using Chrome?
Yes.
You can do an add-on on that, so you can boost the sound like 600%. So
Really?
Yeah. I have what's called Volume Master. It's my master.
Where did I put it? History.
The thruple. Gabby, I was busy.
Where the bloody hell is the other one?
And she's like,
oh, there it is there.
Hamilton, I'm with you. You want to live a pet. I hate to say it, but people
Maybe
take that
she's
worse.
and doesn't know something has happened to Echo. So
DJ
Christy then goes
Huh.
for
So
many years. She and
if you
Jenny
go-
met several years
Sorry,
ago.
hang on.
And became
That's fine. Sorry, I don't mean to
I
keep
missed
talking
it. What?
over you. If
No,
you
no.
go into your Chrome to add an extension on the should be on your top menu bar. Cheyenne, are you saying that's called DJ Volume Master? Because I just was hovering over.
I
and it
don't know
says
if I'll be able to load it
Volume
midstream,
Master.
but this one seems okay. I don't think I could load it midstream. I might drop
Okay.
out. But this one, we'll just have a look at this one.
Okay.
became quick friends.
Sounds.
Best friends. Over the years, they fell in and out of contact like friends do, but some health problems brought them closer together. And in September 2023, they were back best friends.
Any better?
In September, Jenny was to have.
It's pretty quiet.
And Christy was always there.
Does this
for
one have
appointments
CCs
and
on
her
it?
care schedule.
Oh,
Around that same time, Jenny's son, the
There we go.
defendant, moved in with her at
Oh, you're calling me
1605
DJ.
Avoca Street.
Got it, Cheyenne.
Avoca
I'm
Street
tired
is
this
that
morning.
neighborhood
That's
in
my
town,
excuse.
tucked right between Senior High School and University Avenue by Westminster Church and the Hardys that just got torn down, cut through neighborhood. That's where 1605 Avoca Street is. During Jenny's recovery from that surgery, Christy was at
She
1605
called
Avoca
us
Street.
a
often.
throuple.
She got to know the defendant better during this time, as the defendant and Jenny were home together quite often. She will tell you about how Jenny would nag the defendant, how
Thank
Jenny would
you.
do things
I'll
that
write that
upset
down.
him, and he would call
Just
her
Volume
nasty
Master,
names.
not the DJ part.
But otherwise, everything seemed okay. Christy was arrested until her own came about. She had sent to them with a surgery schedule in December. Jenny or the defendant regularly during her recovery, though Jenny did come over to her house. On January 17th, though, 2024,
It's got to be the courtroom.
ready to get
Yeah.
back into her routine and see her friend. So they made a coffee date for the next morning. The next day, on January 18th, Christy showed up late with coffee creamer in tow around 8:30 a.m.
Sounds like
She
a good
goes
friend.
into the porch and lets herself in the front door. She doesn't even get in when she's living right between that separate the living room from the dining room. He is naked and he is turned away from her.
Oh.
She wasn't expecting this, so she closes the door and waits until she hears a door close. At this point, Christy will tell you that she doesn't think anything odd is going on. She had seen a red truck in the driveway, a truck she knew to belong to Jenny's son, Nick, but she didn't see Jenny's car in the driveway. Maybe Jenny had left, picked up some coffee to bring to them or something, and the defendant didn't know that Christy was coming over. She went ahead and went in the house. When she thought the defendant was no longer in the living room, she sets the creamer down on an end table by the couch, and she thinks, I'll just sit down and wait. Well, she goes to sit, and on the corner of the couch, she sees
Good morning,
Echo.
Toxic
No.
Orchid.
He's still and not moving, and that's weird to her because he normally would greet someone who comes. So she goes over to him, she lifts up a leg, and it drops. She now knows something has happened to Echo. So she starts to wonder what's going on here. Nick's car's here. Did Nick and Jenny go get help for Echo? Looks around, tries to contact Jenny on her cell phone when she sees Jenny's purse in the corner. Now she says, that's weird. Jenny would take her purse if she went somewhere. Maybe she's sleeping and doesn't know something has happened to Echo. So Christy then goes to Jenny's room. She calls to her, "Wake up!" But Jenny doesn't react. It's but as Christy's eyes adjust, she sees blood. Doesn't know what to do or think. She calls her boyfriend and she says she thinks Jenny is dead. She calls the police and she says
I
she thinks
downloaded
her
it.
friend Jenny.
It's boosted to 600.
There's no idea.
Sorry,
would
I was
happen.
muted. Good for me.
Oh.
You got your
I knew
computer
fucking
turned all the way
something.
up too.
Officer Brad Hasselbacher.
That's the only things I know to do.
1605.
I've boosted it to 600.
Okay.
Avoca Street.
I downloaded it.
When he gets to the door, he can hear sobbing, and he goes in to find where that sobbing is coming from. As he enters, Christy opens.
Sorry.
Christy opens the door to the bedroom and latches onto Hasselbacher, saying,
"Good morning."
Stays there while Hasselbacher looks around the room, turns on a light, and sees what scared Christy.
Yeah.
A woman is clearly deceased in her bed. It's bloody, and she has her face, and he notices a finger on the nightstand. This is a homicide. It is then that officers learn the defendant is still in the house and not accounted for. So Hasselbacher takes Christy away from the scene while other officers defend it. Lieutenant Wilkins DeJuste arrives to help inside the house, while other officers, including Lieutenant Chad Crable, secure the exterior of the house. DeJuste will tell you about the precautions the department takes when that in this instant they called out several times. Police, if you are here, come to my voice. So they continue to clear the house room by room. Story, which they initially believed to be attic access, is actually if he was alive or dead. You see breathing, and they tell him to put his hand behind his back, which he does immediately. Just goes on to clear the rest of the house. No one.
Oh, Gabby wasn't here. Sorry. I thought you were being funny. No, sorry, Gabby. No, this is a new trial. This is the Mum Witchcraft trial. Well, the closing arguments we couldn't find anywhere. So we had the verdict, which was pretty obvious. He was guilty. They took about an hour to deliberate. And his sentencing hearing is on the 19th of August. So that's all there was left to report on the other trial. Sorry, you came in late and you didn't hear the intro. Sorry, sweetheart. New trial, fresh.
Investigator Isaiah Hoff is inside the house as the defendant is being detained.
Wave at me if you want me to pause it.
He's naked, appears wet, and officers roll him over and help him. Hoff will tell you about the defendant's appearance, his personal observations of him during that time, and that a decision was made to put him in a Tyvek suit in order to preserve any potential evidence and just put him in something because it's January 18th and it's cold outside. Given the nature of things, the scene, the condition the defendant was in, law enforcement made the decision to transport him to Mercy Hospital to make sure he's okay. The defendant is by investigator Kurt Rosenthal, while other investigators remain on scene collecting evidence. A hatchet sheath is seen on the dining room table. Search warrants are obtained to process the house and collect swabs of DNA from the defendant, as well as samples of his blood and urine. The house is processed first. White for an examination. Jenny's bedroom is photographed as it is. Swabs are taken, and Jenny's is packaged and taken to the Iowa Medical Exam Office That sheath on the dining room table that was seen, its partner was located in the back, sitting on a shelf just above the toilet. That pathogen is packaged and sent to the Iowa Crime Lab for testing. There are drops on the floor just in the living room where the dog is located, and those are swabbed and sent to the lab for testing. The defendant's room was searched. There were lots of tools, tactical gear, work clothes, but nothing that appeared to have blood on them. The house had ring cameras and 4 doors. It was clear that the basement door was not accessed. The side door was locked. And the camera located above it did not have any footage that had been saved.
Sorry, couldn't help it.
The front porch door was open and led to an interior door, which had another ring camera that did present footage. That footage was reviewed by police officers. Camera on the front is a motion triggered camera, so it was activated when something was caught in its line of sight. On January 7th, the camera caught Jenny's son Nick and swapping cars, leaving for the night around 8 p.m. The defendant was home during this time. That same camera caught Jenny letting Echo in at 10 o'clock p.m. There's no movement on that camera until 8:38 a.m. on January 18th, when Christy arrives for that coffee date. There's footage at 8:51 a.m. when Hesselbacher arrives at 1605 Avoca Street.
Who? Hesselbacher?
Crable and Hawkins testified that there was no evidence of a disturbance outside the area, no evidence that anything on the outside anyone had forced entry into the home. While Avoca Street was being processed, the defendant was at Mercy Hospital. Just before he arrived to the hospital, he said something alone in a squad car, and investigator wrote. The defendant was ultimately cleared from the hospital, taken to the law center. Between the hospital and the law center, the defendant's DNA swabs were collected and blood sample were collected. The defendant told investigator Rosenthal that he had showered right before officers came to the house. He called his mother a whore, a witch. He said he owned and had seen his hatchet just that morning. He will tell you about the discussion he had with the defendant. He will tell you about his observations of the defendant and that injuries were observed. Dr. Michael Adam White assessed Echo's wound to his head and determined that wound had caused Echo's death. Dr. Kelly Cruz examined Jennifer Dazey's injuries. Cause of death, homicide. 17 separate cutting and chopping. She was.
I've even selected boost voice. Between that and bass, makes no difference. Just gives you background noise. Sorry.
We'll tell you about Jenny's injuries and the significance of those injuries. It's her death. That hatchet, that blood. Well, the droplets in the living room and by Jenny's bedroom, Jenny's blood. Blood on the hatchet, Jenny's blood. On the handle of the hatchet, which was located right over the toilet in the bathroom, right by the shower, a palm print that matches the defendant. All this evidence points to the defendant being responsible for both Jennifer and Echo's. The defendant is guilty of murder in the first degree and is guilty of
All right.
Whenever
I had to
you're
change
ready,
my
Mr.
thumbnail.
Hoover, go right ahead.
Sorry.
Your Honor.
Oh, Lord.
Counsel. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, first of all, I want to thank you all for showing. I know
The volume booster works.
It will be really loud for you, but not us.
Not to show up yesterday would have been for nothing, so thank you. The path of least resistance. We're all human, and humans tend to go that way. We go to the path of least resistance, okay? And law enforcement, obviously, is also human.
He's got a lapel mic on.
To the path of least resistance.
Which
Tyler's
makes it
there.
even worse that we
Hey,
can't.
We got someone who we can place at the scene. We've got something that could have been used as a murder weapon, and it's found in the house of, frankly, Mr. Dazey making some statements that are strange, if nothing else. But what I'm going to ask you to do is keep an open mind.
Oh, yes, the open mind.
Is listen to all the evidence. Okay?
Mm-hmm.
Two, they didn't follow up on.
How many times do you think you'll say
Listen
reasonable
for the
doubt?
things,
Mm-hmm.
that they can't provide evidence
You need to
for.
swallow the mic.
For instance, I think you're going to hear testimony about this side door. That's always.
They're out of budget.
You're also going to hear testimony.
Hamilton, they got to be quicker
about
than that.
Who had the keys to that? And that there were two people who had the keys. One was Jennifer, and one was Kylie Frey. You're going to hear testimony that they can place Kylie. They can tell you where Kylie Frey was at 10 at night and 8 in the morning, but they really can't tell you what happened in between those times. Because we know she was alive at 10 at night, okay? The evidence is going to show that. At 8:30, for sure that she was deceased because that's when she was discovered around that time. So, what I'm going to ask you, ladies and gentlemen, is listen to all the evidence, not just the evidence that takes you down the path of least resistance. Because sometimes that path takes you to the right place, but sometimes that path can lead you astray. Now, ladies and gentlemen, I have no doubt that you guys are going to do what we ask of you, which is pay attention. We ask you to know all the evidence, and we're eventually going to ask you to go back to that jury room, and we're going to ask you to deliberate, look at all the evidence, and at the end, we're going to ask you to come back with a just verdict. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
Cool. Let's get into it.
Hey, can you do me a favor real quick?
Mm-hmm.
My daughter, she's somewhat hard of hearing and asked if you could recap the openings because she's struggling to hear them.
No problem. Yep. All right. Let me just turn this down again because all I can hear is like an air conditioner.
Yes.
All right. So, is that better? Can you hear me?
You're fine. It's their end. So
Yeah.
it's going to blast
Hopefully.
in your ears when you boost it. That's why I always only have one earbud in, but it's still quiet on our end.
Okay. Did it make any difference when I boosted it?
I didn't hear it.
Okay. All right. So this is
Unfortunately.
about a 28-year-old Iowa man called Tyler Dazey, who's been charged with first-degree unaliving after his mother was found deceased and beaten in her own home. The police discovered her and she had brutal injuries to both her head, neck, and her face. Dazey allegedly told police that his mother, Jennifer, practiced witchcraft against him, and he's also accused of unaliving the family dog. That's one of the charges as well. He's looking at a life sentence if he's convicted, and he has had multiple evaluations and has been deemed competent to stand trial. So hopefully the sound now, we're at the witness testimony part. They'll be at the bench and they'll have a microphone. Fingers
I hope
crossed.
so. I'm with whoever said they need
Hi,
to eat the
Christine.
microphone.
Yeah, I think that was swallow the microphone.
Was that Hamilton? Whoever said that? I agree. Yeah, Cheyenne, good point. The dog did not do witchcraft. You know, it's like guilty because you unalived the dog. We don't need the trial.
Yeah,
You're guilty.
absolutely.
That's all I needed to know.
You're more than
Well,
welcome.
the dog could have been her familiar.
Yeah, true.
Just saying.
Yes, I
Could be
didn't think of.
involved.
I didn't think about that link right there. I just,
Cool.
you know, when you hurt animals, children, elderly, anybody that can't defend themselves,
yes.
I have no sympathy. I will throw everything I can at you.
Yep, including the book.
A big one.
All right, let's see what this witness has to say, shall we?
Okay, do we have a witness for the state?
Oh, he works all right.
I believe we do, Judge. State calls Christy Fullman.
Okay.
All right,
I
really
just
gonna
love
go
it.
get my coffee this time.
Okay.
I'm sorry.
No worries.
I didn't mean
Yeah,
to
may I
talk
take
over
this
you.
Yes,
I'll be
go right
back.
ahead.
No, no.
Thank you.
Just let me know if you can't hear it, and I'll boost it more because I've got it at 200% at the moment. I've got a different version of that, Carmen. I came prepared with coffee. Oh, that's hot.
Raise your right hand, please. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Go ahead and have a seat there.
I can't help it. He was hot, Gabby.
State your name and spell it for the record, please.
Christy Fullman, KRISTY
Whenever you're ready, counsel.
Thank you, Judge. Good morning, Ms.
Good
Fullman.
morning.
Take a breath. Okay. Is this the first time you've ever had to do anything like this?
Yes.
Okay. So at any moment, just take a breath and take your time. This isn't a race.
Is that loud
Okay.
enough for everyone?
All
Awesome.
right.
Thank you.
Ms. Fullman, where is it that you live? Do you live in
In
Dubuque?
a house.
Dubuque, yes.
Okay. And who lives with you in Dubuque?
My 4 children and Ron.
And is Ron your boyfriend?
Yes.
Okay. And how long have you guys lived in Dubuque?
18 years.
Okay.
maybe?
Okay. And while you guys have lived in Dubuque, at some point you met Jennifer Dazey.
Yes.
Okay, tell me about that.
We met her daughter Kylie and my oldest Adriana were in Girl Scouts together, and Jenny was the troop leader.
Okay. You are very soft. Can you pull that microphone? You can move it. You don't need to lean up to it.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Can you hear me now? Okay.
Yes, much better. Thank
Okay.
you. Okay, so Jenny's daughter Kylie and your daughter were in Girl Scouts, and that's how you met Jenny.
Yes.
Okay.
Dib, 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 dob,
So,
dob, dob.
estimation, about how long ago do you think that was?
11 to 12 years ago, maybe.
Okay, so a while.
Yes.
And during that time, what did you guys do
Yeah.
together?
You just want to.
Generally, while your kids were younger.
So much. We went to a drive-in movie. The kids would have sleepovers. Her and I would grab bites to eat. It was always something with the kids.
Okay. What would you classify your relationship with Jenny as back then?
We started to get close. We were just learning about each other through our children. So our children hung out more than we did in the beginning.
Okay. And as time went on, did that kind of change?
Yes, we got so close as time went on.
Okay. And would you call her your best friend?
Yes.
Okay. And as time went on, you guys spent time a lot, but kind of fell apart too, right?
She doesn't look that old.
When Kylie and Adriana reached middle school, we kind of went our different directions. And then when they got to high school, we kind of reopened our friendship, I guess.
Okay. Tell me just a little bit about how that came to be.
I think she said 43. Jennifer was 43, and this incident happened in. No, it's happened in January of this year. But she doesn't look in her 40s to me. Oh, okay. It's all right. I'm 73.
We both got sick about the same time, and we were in the hospital. And
You're muted,
texting
right?
each other, didn't even know it.
I can see you laughing.
Didn't know that you were in the hospital.
Yeah, didn't know we were in the hospital together on the same floor. And then through our health, her and I went to each other's doctor's appointments. We did almost everything together.
Okay. Was one of the things you like to do together was have coffee?
Oh yes, coffee was
Coffee.
our thing. Okay. We loved it. That was like our time.
Long
where no
black,
kids were around,
flat white.
No one. It was just me and her, and that was whether it was 2 hours or a whole day. It was just her and me.
Now, at some point,
Echo.
Jenny got a pet.
Yes.
Okay. What was her pet's name?
She got a dog, and it was Echo.
Do you remember around when she got the dog?
Late August.
Of 2023?
Yes.
Okay. And what did she do with the dog?
Everything.
Not
the dog
everything.
Would follow her everywhere, up the stairs, down the stairs to the basement, in the car, to the grocery store, to pick up a prescription. I mean, Echo was with her 100% of the time.
Okay, and during that time from August of 2023 to January 2024, Echo was still a pup.
Yes.
Okay, active?
Oh, very active.
Okay. May I approach?
Yes.
Awesome. Thanks, Carmen.
I previously marked as States Exhibit 1.
Yes.
Can you tell me what that is?
A picture of Jenny and Echo.
Okay. And do you have any idea about when that would have been taken?
When she was in Florida.
Okay, on a vacation?
In December. Yes, on vacation of 2023.
Okay. I would move to admit States Exhibit 1.
Any objection? States Exhibit 1 is admitted.
Okay. May I publish?
Yes.
Okay, you said that they were in Florida. Did Jenny have some kind of idea about traveling or anything like that?
Yes. she
Florida has
wanted
to come
hit
into everything.
All 50 states before she turned 50.
Do you remember her talking about any ones in specific that she wanted to go to or anything like that?
I know she went to New York, Florida, Georgia in August or in September. She had, I think, maybe 10 more to go. It was just something that she'd always wanted to do, all 50 states.
Okay, and she was planning on taking Echo with her?
Oh, yes, she had already taken Echo on 2 trips with her.
Okay. And you had previously mentioned Jenny's daughter, Kylie.
Yes.
Did Jenny have any other kids?
Yes.
Who?
Nick, Tyler, and Kylie.
Okay. Now, you had made a casual mention of you and Jenny both being in the hospital at the same time.
Yes.
Ms. Fullman, you've had a bit of a struggle with your own health for the past several years. Would you agree?
Yes.
Okay. And when you met up and reconnected with Jenny back in the hospital then, you had mentioned that she was also having some health problems.
Yes.
Okay. And at some point in September of 2023, she had a scheduled surgery, right?
Yes.
Okay, so just what you know, just a little bit. What was Jenny going through with her health during that time?
When we reconnected, she had got into a car accident. After that, she found out she had tumors on her brain. And then in September, I was taking her in to have brain surgery.
Oh.
Okay, so her surgery in September was a brain operation of some sort.
Yes.
Okay, and before and after, what was your role within Jenny's life?
Before, I took her to all of her Iowa City appointments, the pre-ops. I took her the night before to make sure she had everything. I'm the one that took her to the hospital when they admitted her. I was there after she had gotten out of surgery. Her sister, one of her sisters did bring her home. And then after that, her sister and I kind of went back and forth a little bit on doing her medications and seeing on anything that she might need.
I think this witness might have a speech impediment of some sort, perhaps, maybe.
Okay, so you were a very active participant with her care schedule and routine.
Yes.
Okay. Now, during that time, where was Jenny living?
1605 Avoca.
And who was in her household at that time?
In September, we're asking?
Yeah.
In September, it was Tyler and her living in the home.
Okay, and Echo.
And Echo, yes.
Okay. And were you over at the house when Tyler and Jenny were together?
Yes, all the time.
Okay, so did you see them interact with each other?
All the time. Sometimes they would laugh and joke, other times he would name call and she would just smile and act like it didn't hurt her feelings. And then we'd move on to like the next thing. But I did one time ask Tyler, all right, that's enough. My kids are here. Please stop. And he did respect that when my children were around.
Okay. What kind of words was he calling her?
He would call her a whore, cunt.
Oh.
And would that be something routine? Like, would he do that often?
Yes, whether he was angry with her or joking around, it was just something he would always say.
Sounds like a charming child.
Now, in December of 2023, you ran into some of your own health issues as well, right?
Yes.
Tell me about that.
Well, I have multiple autoimmunes, and I found out late September, early October, I had to have a hysterectomy.
Okay. And you scheduled that in December?
Yes,
What was the date?
December 13th, 2023.
Okay, so you went and you had your surgery. In December then, after your surgery, were you still going over to Avoca Street?
Yes. Oh, sorry. Hang on. After my surgery, no, I stayed home to recover.
Okay. Had you seen Jenny and Tyler at all during that time after your surgery?
Yes, Jenny had come over one time for dinner and Tyler had dropped her off and then was gonna pick her up later.
Okay. Other than that, you weren't seeing them routinely like you had before?
No.
Okay. And at some point then in January, you were cleared from your surgery. You remember when that was?
Yes, I did my post-op the week of January 15th.
Okay. And so after that, you were ready to get out of the house, I
I was
imagine?
ready to roll. I could not wait to get out of the house.
All right. So you got a hold of Jenny. When did you do that?
What Jenny and I talked every day, all day.
Oh, I mean to get out of the house.
Oh, that night about, I want to say between 5 and 7, the night of January 17th, we set up, I dropped my daughter off at school. After that, I'd head over to her place. We'd have coffee and see where the day would take us.
All right. So you made plans to have some coffee on January 18th.
Yes.
All right.
Did everyone hear that noise
let's go
change?
to January 18th then. Tell me about how your day on January 18th started out.
I was running late, taking my now 8-year-old to school. Took her to school, stopped by the house, grabbed something, and then was heading over to 1605 Avoca.
Okay. When you got there, where did you park?
I parked in the neighbor's driveway if you're looking at the home from the street to the left.
Okay. May I approach?
Yes.
Yes. Blow the tissue.
I'm handing you what I previously marked as State's Exhibit 2. And
I just want the judge to say no one time. And they say that. No, I probably no.
I would do that on purpose.
Is a photo of Jenny's house of the
Or
front.
say, what for?
Yes. State's Exhibit 3 is the back entrance of the house where Tyler's vehicle is and the basketball hoop.
Okay, and is that how 1605 Avoca Street appeared to you on January 18th, 2024?
Yes.
Move to admit State's Exhibit 2.
Any objection? 2
Yes.
and 3 are admitted.
I like this judge.
Yes.
Oh, it's Canton.
Yeah, we can have the lights on. I think we can leave the lights on unless
They're having
it's a big
coffee.
deal.
Because that's the only place it snows.
Okay, so what are we looking at then, Ms. Holman?
The front of Jenny's home.
May I approach again?
Yes.
Give her a-
Come here.
Forgot to bring this up.
I want to be up.
Okay,
Abby's on.
So, where's the front door at?
Right through this screen right here, screen door.
Okay, and if
This
you
one?
enter that door, what do you see inside?
It's just porch. She's got chairs
That one?
and some stuff she wanted to get rid of.
Okay, so is there another interior door?
Yes.
Okay. On our left side of the house, what is parked in the driveway?
Right
car?
there, that is
A car?
Nick's truck.
Okay.
Tyler's car.
Okay. And when you pulled up, did you see Nick's truck in the driveway?
Yes.
Okay.
Well, at least it's not a Lexus.
Yeah.
Yes, just kidding, George.
570.
Okay. And
Kinda.
what are we looking at here?
The back of Jenny's home.
Holy crap.
It's a lot of snow.
All right, you had referenced that basketball hoop before.
Yes.
Is there a basement access door in this photo?
Why would you paint your house white in the snow?
Okay. The little door that was like a storage shed door.
Okay. Did you know what was inside of that door?
I had no idea till the day I opened it in February.
Okay. And do you know anybody to ever access that door?
No, neither this door.
Wasn't a flagpole there, was there?
Okay, so we were first talking about the basement door. You pointed at a separate door. It's kind of a side door there.
Yes.
Okay, use your pointer to point that one out.
Then there's this
Side
one.
door.
Okay, what is inside of that door?
This one, you could use it as a mudroom, but she used it for like her canned goods and.
She sounds like she's on magic mushrooms.
Room, you know, where water stayed and.
Okay. And did you know anyone to regularly access that door?
No. We used it for Kylie's graduation. Jenny and I used it once.
He did it to
unload
himself.
Groceries.
That's all I can say,
Ron and
Gabby.
Tyler only used it to take garbage out. It was rarely ever used.
Okay, and do you have any knowledge about the locking mechanisms on that door?
The bottom handle locks on the inside, but can still open the door.
So you're talking about the doorknob?
Yes, the
Right.
doorknob.
Okay, so did Jenny do anything about that?
She put tape over it so no one could get locked out, and she always used just the deadbolt.
Okay, so that door also had a deadbolt.
Yes.
Okay, any knowledge about whether that deadbolt was usually locked or not locked?
Always locked.
Okay, who had keys to that?
As far as I know,
No,
Kylie
she's
and
talking
Jenny,
very
I'm
slowly.
not sure Kylie gave her keys back when she moved out.
Do you want me to speed
Don't
it
know
up?
if Tyler got keys.
All right, so let's go back just a second here. You said when Kylie moved out. So Kylie used to live at 1605 Avoca?
Yes,
Okay, when did she move out?
September 1st.
Of 2023?
Yes.
Okay. And so from that moment, from when she lived there, you're not sure if she had keys to that back door in January of 2024.
No, I'm not sure.
Okay. But at one point you knew she did have a key.
Oh, yes. Jenny said her and Kylie were the only ones that had the key. She said that before Tyler even moved in.
Okay. All right, I'm gonna go back to number 2. That porch door there, you said there's an interior door. Do you know whether or not any of these doors have cameras on them?
The interior door has a ring.
A ring camera?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, so now we can get back to it.
No idea, Hamilton.
Tell me about
Doesn't sound like it.
what you did right after you parked the car.
I grabbed my coffee mate, my purse, my phone, and got out of my vehicle and started walking on the sidewalk over to Jenny's home.
Okay. And did you walk in that porch door?
Yes.
Okay, as you were walking in there, You had previously said you noticed Nick's truck in the driveway.
Yes.
Did you think anything odd of it at that time?
No, because Jenny always let her children use her vehicle, or anybody for that matter, if they were in need.
Okay, so you walked up, you noticed the vehicle, you walked into that front porch area, okay, before the main door.
Yes.
Tell me what you did then.
There is another screen door, and then there is a main wooden door. I wedged in between those and opened the main door to the home.
Okay, may I approach again?
Yes.
Is that the judge eating crackers?
That's me. You can hear me chewing them last night.
I was looking around like, who's opening stuff in the courtroom?
Can you tell me what that is?
It is a diagram of the main floor of Jenny's home.
Okay, and does that diagram look to you how the home was laid out?
Yes.
That'll teach you for boosting the volume.
Yes.
Move to admit State's Exhibit 4.
Any
Good
objection?
morning, Sarah.
Hey, Sarah.
4 is admitted.
We have a
Bewitching.
gruesome trial.
Mm.
It's a son unaliving his mother because he thought she was a witch, right? And the dog, and her dog.
I'm showing you
Mhm.
4A. Can you tell me what this is?
Larger scale of Jennifer's main floor of her home.
Okay, the same thing going on.
Yes.
Okay, move to admit 4A.
Any objection? 4A is admitted.
May I publish 4, Judge?
Yes.
Okay. All right, so you said that you walked in the front porch and then the main door. Can you just kind of point those out up there on the diagram?
There's the porch door and then the main door to the house.
Okay, and you had said that you
Porch
had
door?
opened the main door, but you were kind of in between. When you were there, tell me what you saw.
When I opened the main door to go in, I'd seen right here by the 2 pillars, Tyler standing there.
Right here.
naked. And
Oh.
so I hurried up and pulled the main door closed, but I stayed in between the screen door and the main door right here.
Okay. Are you able to demonstrate for the jury how Tyler's back appeared to you?
Naked?
Are you, just wait, are you able to do that?
Yes.
Okay, Judge, may she step down?
Yes, go ahead.
Just right there, that's fine. Okay, thank you. You can sit back down again. All right, so you saw him standing in there naked with his back to you. Tell me what you did in response to seeing that.
I rushed, shut the door, stood there, text Jenny, hey, you, saying if she was in the home to meet me at the door. While I was doing that, I heard a door close. So I figured, oh, Tyler went into his bedroom. I can re-enter the home. So that's what I ended up doing.
Okay, did Tyler say anything while he was there?
No, never.
Okay. So you sent Jenny that text and you ended up going inside. What did you do then?
No.
removed my shoes, put socks on,
I don't think so, no.
and then went to walk around the recliner to set my coffee mate down on her end table.
Okay, can you point in that diagram about where her end table would have been?
Right here.
Okay, so you set your creamer down. What were you gonna do?
There's a couch that goes right here. I was gonna sit down right here on the couch. Because at that point, I had already known her car was gone, so figured we do coffee. We love Jumble. Haven't had it in a while. I figured that's where she had gone.
What's
Okay, so
Jumble?
you're gonna just sit and wait for her?
Yes.
No one?
I don't know.
Okay, did you ever sit?
No, never made it that far.
Why?
As I went to sit down, I looked to my left and I seen what looked like hair, fur.
That's the Navy SEAL.
So I ended up scooching over towards that and lifting the blanket to find out what was underneath it. And it was Echo.
Okay. Tell me what you did then.
I lifted his leg up and I dropped it. And then I uncovered him more and I looked at his eyes. His eyes were like, looked almost glued shut. And then I covered him back up and I stood there trying to think of what my next idea is going to be.
Okay. What were you thinking at this point?
You're welcome, kid.
Well, at this point, I thought Nick was over. Maybe they went to get help for the dog. And Nick took Jenny's car to drive because Jenny and Echo are inseparable. That's what I thought.
So what did you do?
So I still proceeded to go into the kitchen just to make sure she wasn't down in the basement trying to get something, which would be, I was right here, then I walked through here into the dining room, kept walking into the kitchen. Right here's the basement door. If she was down there, she'd always leave the door open.
Okay.
It was closed.
All right. So you checked to see if she was down there. And then what'd you do?
I turned around and I walked into the dining room where Jenny's table and chairs was set up right here.
Okay.
And that's where I stood there and stopped.
Looked like they were glued together.
What did you do then? Did you try to call her?
Yes. At that point, I tried calling her. I might have texted her. Nothing. The house was so quiet.
Okay. And as you were trying to do that, what did you see?
In this corner right here was her purse.
Okay. Did you also notice anything about the curtains?
They were shut. When Jenny's up, they're always open.
Okay. So you saw her purse. She wasn't answering the phone. The curtains were shut. What'd you do now? Or what were you thinking now?
I was
better than
just
what we had
standing
last
there
time,
calling
Kathy.
her, and I was waiting for a response, and I got nothing. And when I seen her purse, I stopped and questioned myself. She never leaves without her purse. Like, she never goes anywhere without her purse. So that made my gut start turning, and I just stood there longer trying to think, where am I going next?
Okay. And where did you end up going next?
I was right here by the dining room table.
Don't know yet,
This
Hamilton.
entrance door right here, Airway.
Was under a blanket.
is to her bathroom, and then to her bedroom. So I proceeded to walk to her door. Her door was closed.
Okay.
So I gently knocked on it, opened the door, said, Jenny, come on. You never sleep in like this. Let's go. I'm here. Let's start our day. And no response. And I'm like, so I kept, come on, Jenny, let's go. Wake up. Still nothing.
Okay. So what did you do then?
I then, right here was like her bed. And then over here is a nightstand. I walked up to the corner of the nightstand and her bed. And I stood there and I looked over her. And then I froze.
Okay. Why'd you freeze?
The blood and the amount of blood that I had seen, I don't know if I was in shock or if I was my brain playing tricks on me, because the way her jaw was is the same way of one of her seizures she's had in the past. So I called Ron at that point and I said, I need you. I think Jenny is dead. I thought maybe seizure and her ears and everything, she bled out.
Okay. And at this point, you didn't have any lights on in the room.
No, she does have a window here and a window here
Okay.
that does let in a little bit of light, but she has those darkening curtains on her windows.
Okay. And she has further precaution to get extra light in on those coverings too, right?
Yes.
What?
She has clips on them.
So you had just a little bit of light coming in from the cracks between the
Yes,
curtains.
and her bed
Cracks.
literally
Yeah,
meets
not sure
up
about her accent.
right here where one of the windows is.
Okay. But other than that, you didn't turn on any lights.
No, I did not.
Okay. So you called Ron, your boyfriend.
Yes.
And after that, what did you do?
After I spoke with him, I hung up the phone and I called 911.
Okay. Did you know during this time where Tyler was at?
No, I had no idea.
And now, so you called the police. What were you thinking at this point?
At this point, the amount of blood that I'd seen, I got terrified while I was on the phone with 911. And I just dropped to the floor, crawled over to the door, and she's got dressers when you first walk in her bedroom right here. And I just held my feet up against the dressers and held the door closed.
And the whole time while you're doing that, were you on the phone with the police?
Yes.
Okay. And were you doing that and on the phone with police until someone finally arrived?
Yes.
Okay. Tell me about when that someone arrived.
I think you're right, Hamilton.
I was still with my feet up against the dressers, and I heard an officer come in and announce themselves, but I didn't believe at first. So
so they did it. They announced themselves here, but they didn't do it for a 911 call for yesterday's trial.
With a lot more
Yeah.
evidence that there's something was happening. They're like, nah.
And
we'll
that
split
front
on the
door wasn't pushed in.
Yeah, it's good. I didn't open the door and
Yeah.
close it. I didn't do any of those things.
Oh, but then I suppose she's told them what she's found.
I guess.
I heard the officer
Mm.
getting
I didn't hear
closer
her
to
say she
me.
called the police, but I probably would missed it.
Yeah, that's why she's laying on her back with her feet against the door because she called 911.
Okay, I just missed it. I was
Yeah.
looking at chat.
Yeah, distracting, isn't it?
Yes, it is.
I did open the door, and as I seen the officer coming around this corner,
Oh yeah.
I hightail booked it out of there and ran into the officer. And I asked him, "Don't leave me, don't leave me." He proceeded to walk into the bedroom.
He proceeded to leave me.
And I proceeded to try to walk out of the home.
You had gone into the kitchen, right?
Amen, Gabby.
As I was leaving this part of the home, I'd seen another officer come in the front door. So I took off this way because he had his gun out, and that scared me. So I went and I hid in the kitchen area.
Okay. Until Officer Hesselbacher did take you outside to your boyfriend waiting for you.
Yes.
Okay.
And we went from this little area where I was hiding, this little area, and took me through the door all the way here to the sidewalk, and then that's where I
She's
met
not
Ron.
watching, Carmen.
I'm sorry. I was trying to figure out how to take you with me when I leave on my phone.
You had said that you had gone to the kitchen because you had seen another officer arrive, but you weren't in the kitchen, right? You went
this little dugout room, like a,
Yeah, I remember my first.
Yes, Carmen, I remember. She's seen some bad stuff.
kind of a mud room.
In the jail,
and that's where you waited until you were taken
Oh,
in
okay.
This little corner, like
bad
right
stuff.
here, yes.
Not like somebody just, in their sleep type stuff.
I don't have any other questions.
Ties and belts.
Walking in and the floor sticky
Cross-examination.
because you
Uh-huh.
couldn't see it,
Thank you, Your Honor. Might have just a few too many mics on. Not sure.
I don't think so, sir. I think you have a few too many mics on. No. I think you need some more.
Actually, can we leave the diagram?
And can you turn your mic on? Because he's super quiet now.
I think you said that you had your surgery, and well, let me first say, good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning, George.
And I know we've met.
Morning. Surprise.
In order to try to minimize some of the.
I was looking for you earlier.
I'm going to.
Couldn't find you.
I'm going to just jump right into it. Okay?
Okay.
All right. So I believe you testified in direct examination that you had surgery on December 13th. Is that right?
Yes.
Prior
Is that
to
any
December
better?
13th, you did
Boosted
your
all the way.
weekly coffees.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. If I understand correctly, the last time before January 18th, that you would have done your weekly coffees would have been on the day before your surgery on December 12th.
No, we seen each other December 12th that evening because I went over there to wish her luck. She was leaving for a trip, and I wanted just to tell them bye. Like, I'll be gone for a little while.
It was
I'm having my
Hamilton.
surgery. Just the last tie bye before the new year too, because I had my surgery.
Okay. And you really didn't see her much again until, I understand you guys talked every day, usually by text, but you didn't see her much again until January 18th.
The week before, she had taken me To get groceries?
The week before January 18th?
Yes.
So the week of.
Never, George. We
It
would
was a
pick you
Monday.
over her.
The
Always.
week before.
Okay.
I don't know the specific date.
Thumbnail worked then.
But the 12th would have been the last time then that you were actually in her home?
Yes, December 12th.
Now, when you entered the home, you came in this door here, right?
Yes,
Okay. And as I understand it, you open the door. Is that right?
yes,
And you see Tyler standing in approximately this area.
yes,
And Tyler's facing away from you.
Thankfully.
yes, standing up.
And he's naked.
Yes,
And he's just standing there.
yes.
You didn't see Tyler do anything, did you?
Okay.
Do.
He wasn't
any-
doing
where you're
anything at
going?
the time. He was just
No,
standing.
he was just standing there.
Okay.
Admiring his work.
I mean, it's like that's normal.
I might have startled him
Yeah.
when I opened the door, because when I re-shut the door, you could hear him like take off into wherever he went and shut the door. That's all you could hear.
All right. So after you closed the door, and I think you closed this door,
Yes,
so you would have remained on the front porch?
wedged in between the screen door and the main wooden door, yes,
Okay, so right in this area here.
yes,
After you close the door, you hear footsteps and then you hear a door close inside the house.
yes.
Now, when you saw Tyler standing
Texas
here,
wants to just unalive everybody.
was he wet?
I have no idea.
Do you remember talking to me at a deposition earlier?
Yes,
Okay. And I guess I need to be specific. Do you remember telling me at that deposition that his hair was not wet?
I do not.
If I were to show you your deposition, if I were to show you the transcript from that deposition,
Really?
would that refresh your memory?
Say
You're gonna
no.
try and impeach. You're gonna try and impeach the Xanax victim witness.
Why does it matter if his hair was
Unless
wet?
I'm just
did I
not understanding the question.
Exactly.
I understand.
Sarah.
It's one thing I've learned. If I ever get to be a witness, nothing will refresh my memory. Let's move on.
Yes.
Mm.
I don't
I don't
recall.
recall.
I don't recall. I don't recall.
Page 32, line 23,
Mhm.
and I'm gonna never read it until probably
I can't even hear him.
page 33, line 6.
She was Hamilton.
Yes,
She
go
was
ahead.
on the outer band of it. She lost power for like 4 days, I think.
Do you want to identify the date of the deposition?
Ms. Fulman, this would have been.
Maybe he's suggesting that he's had a
Oh,
shower.
I'm sorry.
This
Clean
would
himself
have
up.
been the deposition
Yeah,
that was taken on
But
July
he's
2nd.
his lawyer, so
of
why
this
would
year.
he suggest that?
Is that right?
Yes,
Mhm.
And do you remember sitting and talking to me that day?
yes,
And we were in front of a court reporter, so it was all taken down.
yes.
I'm going to ask you to read to yourself, starting on line 23, and go through line 2 over here.
Yeah. Yes, she can, Hamilton. She lived naked and afraid for 4 days.
Now, does that refresh your recollection?
Yes, it does.
Tyler standing there? Was his hair wet?
No, it was not.
And I know this actually has more to do with when you get into the actual living room. Okay. But did he leave water behind?
I did not see any.
And I think you told me during the deposition that there was no water on the floor.
No, there was not.
Did you notice any blood or anything on him?
I only seen Tyler that split second. I opened and then reclosed the door.
So is he saying he didn't shower?
Was he holding anything?
His back was
Not sure
to
what
me.
he's getting at.
Could you see his hands?
No.
Now, you talked later in direct examination about going into the Jennifer's bedroom, the master bedroom.
Yes.
Okay. I have just a few questions about that. And
He would have been covered in it.
Specifically about, probably not about what you
By the sounds of it.
I think that's what he's trying to say is he wasn't.
As I understand it, the door was closed.
She always slept with her door closed.
Okay. And the door is actually back here, isn't it? There's a little closet here.
Yes. Yes.
And the door to the room is back here. So the door to the bedroom was closed.
Yes.
And the light was off when you opened the door.
Yes.
Now, kind of switching gears a little bit.
Don't confuse her anymore.
When you come out of the master bedroom, all right, I think you testified that after you passed Officer Hesselbacher, you were heading for the front door and you saw another officer coming in the front door.
Yes.
He had
True
his gun
story.
drawn.
Yes.
And you ran through the dining room, through the kitchen, into the mudroom.
Yes.
I think you said you hid right about there.
In the corner. Yes.
In this corner or in this corner?
The top, right where you're at.
Okay. So if I understand correctly, you would have hidden right by this back door.
Yes.
Now, on direct examination, you talked about that back door a little bit, but it was actually while we were looking at it from the outside. Do you remember that? When we were looking at the outside picture in the rear of the house?
Yes.
And you talked about that door to the mudroom.
Yes.
Now, as you were standing here, do you know if that door was locked as you were in that corner?
No, I have no idea.
Do you know whether you locked it?
I never touched that door.
Okay. And you didn't attempt to go out that door, did you?
No, I didn't even realize there was a door there.
I understand.
They're always dangerous,
Who would have
George.
had access to the home?
I would object as to personal knowledge.
Well, she can answer if she knows. Go ahead.
Well, let me ask it this way. Is there a particular, I know you said that there's a key, a deadbolt on the back door.
Yes.
And I think you testified on direct examination that to your knowledge, Kylie and Jennifer Dazey had the keys for that deadbolt.
Objection, that's just a simple misstatement. She had testified previously that she knew Kylie had a key when she.
And no spinning wheel.
Sidebar.
Lived there, was unsure in January.
I'll allow that.
The objection's overruled. Do you understand the question?
Holy cow, Judge.
No.
Ask it again.
Oh, yes, we do.
I think you testified on direct examination that to the best of your knowledge, Kylie and Jennifer had the keys to the back door.
Yes, when Kylie lived there.
Okay.
I don't know if she ever returned them when she moved out in September.
So hang on a second. It was a 2-bedroom house, and she had Nick and Tyler there. Is that right, or was it just Tyler?
Just Tyler.
Okay.
Just Tyler in this house.
Don't know that anybody else had a key.
The charming one.
The naked one.
No, I have no idea.
On the front door, how was this door?
A snake whisperer.
It had a code, keypad code.
She's so nervous.
Can we take a break?
Yeah, we'll take a restroom break, everyone, about 10 minutes. Remember the admonition, keep an open mind about everything. Don't draw any conclusions. Report back to the jury room.
Yeah, she is so nervous.
Yeah.
Yes, Carmen, no offense to you, Jody, but Texas is the Australia of the United States.
There's not that many. Australia gets a bad rap. I've only ever seen 2 snakes in my entire life.
Well, yeah. I mean, I listed everything
I
Carmen's
bet they were
been through.
nasty too.
Yeah, they probably wanted to unalive you.
Yeah, I suppose.
And it is against the law, but to unalive 2 of the snakes that she named up there. It's also, they have tarantula mating season right now. So they're out.
God, that's, no.
And
I don't bite it.
scorpions and bullet ants. I'm like, everything there wants to unalive you, Carmen. The weather, like everything there. She's been through so much since October.
When I lived in San Antonio, we had scorpions in our apartment.
Yeah, it's
just couldn't get rid of them.
It's
really
too much.
And one morning I was sitting at the kitchen table eating my Cheerios, and I kept hearing this little kind of scratchy sound. Couldn't figure out where it was coming from, and then I looked up, and in the globe of the light, there was a scorpion just walking around.
No. I don't know which I'd rather see, a scorpion or a tarantula.
Chopper.
I think a scorpion. Tarantulas are too hairy.
They are hairy.
Oh, look.
And they can throw things. Can't they throw their hair at you? Like,
yeah, I think I heard that once. Yeah.
Which is even worse.
Yeah, no. My mum went into labour with me after a spider fright. Waters broke straight after it. So I have arachnophobia bad.
Right.
Luckily she was in the shower.
Yeah. Don't answer.
And I believe they were honey nut. They were honey nut. When I was younger, I used to eat all that sweet stuff.
I told you don't answer that question. There's a really long story about Honey Nut Cheerios and Carmen and my dad.
Oh.
Carmen.
Yeah.
I'll tell it on another day.
Yes.
Okay. Do you know who has the code for the keypad?
Me, Jenny, all of our children. Probably a few others.
When you arrived there that morning, did you use the keypad or was the door already unlocked?
Already unlocked.
Mommy, it's bedtime.
Is it fair to say that you probably don't know everybody who has the code for the keypad?
Yes.
All right.
A beautiful boy.
I think during direct examination, you talked a little bit about Nick's truck being in the driveway.
When you speak a direct examination, what?
When Amanda was talking to you.
Okay, yeah,
When Miss Lassance was talking to you.
yes.
That's what we call that direct examination. And then what I'm doing is called cross-examination.
Okay.
That will be on the test.
When Miss Lassance was talking to you, and she put up there the picture of the front of the house. Do you remember that?
Yes,
Okay. You pointed out Nick's truck was in the driveway.
yes.
Okay. What does Jenny actually drive?
A GMC Acadia black.
Okay. Did you see that vehicle?
I did not.
I got to find out the brand of those tissues. They are
Yeah.
tissues. Every one.
And the rose between the thorns.
When Miss Lassance was walking you through the whole thing as you went through the
Nice one.
what happened that morning. You talked several times about calling Jenny's phone.
Yes.
Do you know the passcode for Jenny's phone?
I only knew it in September when I was notifying everybody.
Oh, that song's going
after
through my
her
mind.
surgery.
8675309.
Do you know if you
Jenny.
still know it?
I do not.
That's her passcode.
Do you know if anybody, do you know who else would have known the passcode to her phone?
I do not.
I think you talked about there being a Ring camera on the front door and then the camera on the back door.
I do not know if there was a camera on the back door, but I do know there was a Ring on the front door.
Okay.
Well, you got to put a ring on the front
that
if you're
go to
going to
her
go in the
phone?
back door.
In other
I
words,
said that out loud, didn't I?
I know the images
Sorry.
are stored in the cloud and everything, but
I had to beat Gabby.
mine,
I don't know how a Ring works.
I have an app on my phone that allows me to access it. So I was wondering if you knew if that was
Objection.
I have no idea.
Why
Who
would she
cares
know
what's on
that?
your phone?
Yeah.
Yeah.
She wouldn't have the app on her phone to access that lady's Ring camera.
When Miss Lassance was talking to you about interactions that you observed between
What he's trying to get, he's not going to
Jennifer
get from this
Dazey
witness.
and Tyler Dazey, you talked about a number of names that you had heard call Miss Dazey.
Yes.
All right. And one of those, I think you said, was witch.
No.
Did he ever call her that?
I never heard him say witch.
Was
It was bitch, whore, cunt. Those were the three main ones.
okay.
Okay, then.
And I think you said that sometimes he would say them when he was angry and sometimes he would say them when he was joking.
Yes.
To your knowledge, was Jennifer ever involved in seances or associating with a medium or anything like that?
No, but she's pushing up daisies. Sorry.
She was
Play on words.
talking to the neighbor's
it.
mom.
Took me a
That was
sec.
a meeting, but I don't know what came about all of that.
Are we
Was
going
it
to
about
contact her
that kind of
now?
stuff?
Like,
Jenny had mentioned once about talking to a median, and it was her neighbor's mom. Other than that, we never spoke
About that.
about any of that.
And I know you talked about those names and the way they interacted and stuff. To your knowledge, is there any
Whatever,
history
Carmen.
of Tyler being physically violent towards Jennifer?
Never in front of me.
And I think you actually told officers that it was your opinion that Tyler wouldn't hit a woman.
Not unless you seriously pushed his last button.
Yeah.
I don't think I have anything else. Thank you.
I don't
Ms.
think you
Fuller.
had anything to begin
Any
with. but
redirect?
Okay.
Thank you. There was a bit of discussion about the defendant's appearance when you saw him and his hair. Do you remember those questions by Mr. Blair?
Yes.
Okay. Now you said you saw him for a split second.
Yes.
Okay. And tell me about Tyler's hair. Is it long or short?
Long.
Thick?
Shoulder length, blonde. Yeah, no, thinner.
Okay. And you didn't touch him? You didn't?
No, never.
Didn't touch the hair?
No.
Okay, you have long hair.
Yes.
Sometimes it take a while for it to
Gosh,
fully dry.
Made me choke. No, you just made me choke.
And you talked a bit about the back area where you were waiting while the police were arriving. That back, I'm going to call it a pantry area.
Okay.
Okay. Is a reason why you didn't even think to access that door because nobody ever accesses that door?
Nobody ever accesses that door, so it didn't even dawn on me to use that door.
No other questions. Thank you.
I wish we could stop
Mr.
talking
Blair,
about
anything else for
that
this
door.
witness?
Yeah.
No, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you, ma'am. You can step down.
Oh, that was
Gabby,
hard.
you made me choke on a strawberry. That's what you did. I swallowed it wrong and I thought, I'm going to just die on stream. Oh,
Another
Hamilton,
witness for the state?
Not
I was
quite
gonna say
yet, Judge.
Hamilton
At
saw your
this
kitty,
time,
but
the state would
can't say
move
that.
to admit State's Exhibit 5, which is the 911
Which
call.
one? I've got
Any
three around
objection?
me.
No objection.
Exhibit 5 is admitted.
May I publish?
Yes.
Just gonna fix volume to make sure that's going good, okay?
Oh, Claudia.
Don't they need a witness to admit this through?
I don't know. I'm on Avoca Street. I need someone right now. What street are you on?
Oh, this is the 911 call.
Avoca? Okay, what's going on?
No, Gabby.
My best friend forgot me. She's dead. You think your best friend is dead? Are you able to check what the address is? Okay.
Maybe they're cutting her a break, Bri.
All right, we're gonna get help on the way here.
Well, usually they like bring in the 911 operator and say, "Is this the call?" and
Ah.
that kind of stuff. They just don't throw in a piece of evidence.
Yeah.
All right, just take some deep breaths, okay? What's going on? I don't know. She's full of blood. She's full of blood? Okay. Is she breathing at all?
The closed captions think she's singing this.
Okay, can you see her chest rising and falling at all? No, I can't look at her. Okay, how old is she? 46. 46? Okay. Okay. So you don't know if she's breathing? I'm sitting by her door in her bedroom on the floor. Okay. Are you able to just walk outside and see what the address is? 1605, I think. 1605. Okay. It's right on the corner. Okay. Just take some deep breaths. Do you know if there's an AED available? I don't know what that means. Okay, that's okay. Okay, we're getting people on the way right now, okay? And are you by her right now? She's in her bed and I'm on the floor at her bedroom door. Okay. It's okay. What's her name? Hello? Jennifer Ann Dazey. Jennifer Dazey? Yes. Okay. And what's your name? Is the door unlocked, do you know? Yes, it's unlocked. Okay. What's your name? I'm a Christy Coleman. You're Christy? Yeah. Okay. Christy, do you... Yep, they're on the way right now. There should be an officer coming up right now. Please. Yep, they're coming. It's okay.
Aw.
And it feels like it takes forever for them to get there.
Can you see the officer? I don't know. Can I do that? I don't know. Okay. Okay, it's okay. There's an officer. There's an officer pulling up right now. Okay, is he there?
She doesn't want to open the door.
Okay. Okay, I'm gonna hang up with you.
I don't think I could do a 911 operator job.
I couldn't.
Mm-mm.
State calls Brad Hesselbacher.
Oh, I hope closed captions get that right all the time.
Yep. Welcome to my world.
Yeah. Yes, that would be awful, Hamilton. Oh, I've got goosebumps.
That the testimony you give in this matter will be the truth.
All right,
the
let me
whole
turn it
truth,
back
and
down
nothing but
again.
the truth. I do. Go ahead and have a seat there. State your name and spell it for the record, please.
Officer Brad Hesselbacher, Hesselbachach.
Hello.
Go ahead, counsel.
Thank you, Judge. Good morning, officer. How are you today?
Good.
Good. And I see you are in uniform. Are you currently employed as a City of Dubuque police officer?
I am.
And how long have you been employed as a City of Dubuque police officer?
14 years.
And prior to that, did you work in any other agencies of law enforcement?
I did. The
Tell me.
city of Milwaukee in Wisconsin for
And-
3 years.
For 3 years. So did you say 14 years in Dubuque?
I did, correct.
17 years of law enforcement experience?
Correct.
Okay. Prior to that, I believe you told me you were a truck driver?
That's correct.
Okay. And
They
so
didn't get
in
him to
order
spell
to
his name.
become a Milwaukee police officer, do they have their own law enforcement academy?
They do. It's a 26-week
Okay.
academy.
And did you participate in that and graduate?
I did.
No.
And so when you transferred employment to City of Dubuque, did that training transfer to the state of Iowa?
It did, other than taking a written test to show I understood Iowa code.
Okay. And did you complete that?
I did.
Okay. And as
No.
a City of Dubuque police officer, you are required to complete continuing education, trainings, and things like that. Are yours all up to date?
They are.
Okay. So generally, as a City of Dubuque peace officer, what
surrounded.
are some of your tasks you deal with regularly?
Traffic enforcement, handling calls, dispatch to us, domestics, disturbances, all sorts of animal calls, all
Hello.
sorts of different.
Okay. And are you currently stationed in patrol?
I am.
And would it be fair to say that patrol, every day you come into work, you're not really sure what's going to happen?
Correct.
Okay. And so would you agree that
Unless you're
January
a witch.
18, 2024 was kind of one of those days, officer?
It was.
Okay. So tell me about January 18th. What was your shift that day?
Shift 1, 5 a.m. to 3 p.m.
Okay. And is that your typical shift?
It is.
All right.
5 a.m. to 3 p.m.
And
nasty.
dispatch had sent you to 1605 Avoca Street at some point. Can you tell me about that?
I was dispatched to 1605 Avoca Street. All I knew was we had a deceased person at that location.
Okay, is that what dispatch was reporting to you?
Correct.
Okay, so all you knew as you arrived was that there was a deceased person inside.
Correct.
Okay, so tell me about what you did when you arrived at 1605 Avoca Street.
When I arrived, I knocked on the door. I didn't receive an answer.
Oh,
As
I'm sorry, I'm going to interrupt you. And you arrived there at 8:51 a.m.?
Correct.
Okay, go ahead. I'm sorry about that.
I knocked on the door, didn't receive an answer. As I was standing there, I heard somebody crying inside. So I checked the doorknob, door was unlocked. So I announced myself and went inside. Hearing the sobbing, I went to where I heard the sobbing, which was the bedroom where I observed Christy at the foot of the bed, and she was just sobbing hysterically. She couldn't really tell me anything at that point, so I went into the bedroom, which was dark. There was no lights on, and I observed Jennifer Dazey deceased on the bed.
I'm glad I can stand on that.
Laceration to her scalp, and
Oh, I'm sure that was hard on you.
What?
Severed. And so then I exited the bedroom to where she had gone out to the kitchen, which was maybe 10 or 15 feet away. And at that time, Officer Slight was coming in, and I informed him of what we had. And
Oh, sorry about that. I live
talking to Christy
next door to the fire station.
Oh, that was you?
Oh, was
I thought
that
it was in
you?
the court.
Tyler.
I just realized that it was me.
When you arrived
Sorry.
to the scene, you had no information that there was anyone else inside the home, right?
Correct.
Okay. And when you walked into the home, you kind of said you were walking towards the crying.
Correct.
And when you approached that bedroom door, tell me about how Christy reacted to you.
She latched on to me right away.
I'm sure she did. Yeah.
She was very scared, and so she latched on to me.
Okay. And at all times during this car, was part of your uniform a body camera?
It was.
And was your body camera working and fully functional on January 18, 2024 at 8:51 a.m.?
It was.
Okay. May I approach?
Yes.
Where's George? He likes the body camera, doesn't he? Or is that a deer?
I don't know. We thought they were the same person for a long time. They never appeared together.
Which contains a clip of your body worn camera footage from January 18, 2020.
Sarah's got little kitty.
Okay.
I don't.
And is it
Little
accurate
kitties
as you
looking
remember
at you.
Oh.
Move to admit
Yes,
State's
I've just.
Exhibit 6.
Any objection?
They've settled now.
6 is admitted.
Can I publish?
Yes.
I actually thought they were
And those
tissues.
lights, please.
I did too at first, until I saw the ears. Oh, remember the beeps. You especially, Jody.
What?
The beeps that'll usually kick in on these body cams in like 10 seconds. Or Carmen knows how
I've
long
turned
it
it
is.
down to 250.
Hello?
Maybe this guy's doesn't have one. That's great.
Hello?
The cops could have done this in yesterday's trial.
Yeah.
Hello?
Oh, please don't be the dog.
Yeah, but if there was a ring camera, they'd still be standing outside waiting.
Yes. It's gonna beep. I would have thought it would have beeped by now, Carmen. Oh, okay.
You watch, I'll put them back on and it'll go. Ah!
Yes. Careful there, cameraman. Like yesterday.
Uh-huh.
And officer, where that clip came out, cut off at the end, that was when you were approaching Christy and then taking her out of the residence, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Did you have any other involvement in this investigation?
No.
Thank you, officer.
Cross-examination.
Where was the
When the
defendant?
when the clip cuts out, you went and collected Miss Pullman?
I did.
Okay. Where was she?
In the kitchen area, kind of right behind where I was.
And was she right next to the back door?
She was near the back door.
Do you know whether or not the back door was locked at that time?
I do not know.
As you were entering the house, and I think we saw it on your body camera, did you see the red truck in the driveway?
I did.
Nothing further.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. You're free to go.
What is about the back door that he keeps bringing up?
Yeah. I'm thinking maybe, well, no one has searched the house. The defendant hasn't been found yet. He's supposedly still in the house. I reckon he's gone out the back door. Maybe that's.
I mean, is that?
But the car's still there, so.
I think what he's trying to show that because there's a Ring camera and they don't show anybody else going into the house, he's trying to make it sound like someone could have gotten in the back and done the deed.
But you think he would have searched the house and secured it, wouldn't you?
You would think, but we haven't seen the rest of his body cam. I mean, that can't be.
Well,
I mean, I guess it is all the body
done.
cam footage.
For him, other people are showing up, I believe.
I would hope so.
Yeah.
But for him just to walk
Find
in
out.
was kind of odd.
Maybe he's just taken.
State call Wilkins Dejust. May I check to see his status, Judge?
Yes, go ahead. You folks are welcome to stand if you'd like. You don't have to.
Of course, he might have made the assumption that there was no one else in the house because she didn't say, hey, there's a naked guy in the other room.
Right.
They didn't get that out of her until later. But he shouldn't have made that assumption.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah. For him just to walk in and not really clear anything.
The first thing you would do is it's police 101, isn't it? Secure the scene.
So. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, that's how
No, I think
policemen
it was
get killed.
Yes.
Yeah. No, I think it was his first
don't think
time,
so,
Sarah.
sir. Yeah.
No.
Because he knocked on the door and the camera went off, the Ring camera, and then he went in. So I think it was his first time.
Very good.
Kathy. Yeah, and if he was naked and he did see himself out,
yeah,
he's naked in the snow. You know, I agree, Carmen. It is weird.
Mm.
But
But then they don't travel alone either, do they? They would
sometimes
have had to.
and you're talking about police officers not being alone.
Yeah, especially
Sometimes
with that
they are.
911 call.
Yeah, but he could have. He's just first to arrive, and then you don't know how long, how far away the next person is.
Sidebar.
Yeah, well, I have a cousin who's a Philly cop, and I asked him once a couple of years ago what his partner was like, and he was like, "Partner? We don't have partners anymore. There's not enough cops for partners."
Yep.
Really?
You got
It's
to
sad.
you got to wait for the next. You got to wait for the next car to show up.
And then some of these rural areas, the counties can be really big. they may not have a big population, but you may, be 20
Square
minutes out.
miles.
Yeah, square miles,
Yeah.
while they're big counties. And I yeah, I to travel alone in some, especially like areas around where I live, they're wooded, they're ravines and hills. Like you could lose somebody quickly or not be able to find somebody.
This is Iowa.
Yeah, it's in Dubuque, so I don't think Dubuque is like a
Do you swear
small
or affirm that the testimony you
small
give in this
town.
matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Yes.
I have no
Go ahead and
idea.
have a seat there. State your name and spell it for the record, please.
First name's Wilkins, Wilkens. Last name's Dieujuse, Dieujuse.
Go ahead, counsel.
Thank you, Judge. Good morning.
Good morning.
I believe you are a lieutenant. Is that your correct ranking?
That's correct.
Okay, thank you. And you're a lieutenant with the City of Dubuque Police Department?
That's correct.
Lieutenant, how long have you been employed as a lieutenant?
2.5 years.
And prior to that, how long were you employed in law enforcement?
Close to 11 years now.
Okay, and what kind of education training did you obtain to become a police officer?
I have a AA in business administration, a bachelor's degree in sociology, emphasis in criminal justice, and a master's degree in criminal justice with emphasis in criminal justice, or excuse me, management.
Okay, and AA is an Associates of Arts degree?
That's correct.
Okay, and did you have to go to a law enforcement academy?
Yes, I completed law enforcement academy in Des Moines, Iowa.
Okay, and is your entire duration of employment with law enforcement for the City of Dubuque Police Department?
That's correct.
Tell me, what does it take to become a lieutenant? What are your duties over and above a patrol officer?
Essentially, you have to take the civil service test. You have to interview with the department, apply for it, and you have to show that you're qualified in a multitude of different aspects in law enforcement before you are able to be promoted within the department.
Okay, so it's a promotion.
Correct.
Okay, it's a high-ranking officer, right?
Correct.
Okay.
Sleepy.
Second to captain?
Yes.
All right. And so as a lieutenant, do you have day-to-day law enforcement duties?
Yes.
And generally speaking, what are your duties as a law enforcement officer?
Generally speaking, their administrative duties, I oversee patrol shift, generally on nights and weekends, scheduling, discipline, coaching, and training different officers. And there's a multitude of different
So Dubuque is 60,000 people population.
cases or
So,
different scenes
not
that
big, not
we
small.
as lieutenants and shift commanders respond to.
Okay. And but you still respond to calls and help investigate cases and things like that, correct?
That's correct. We respond to higher priority calls, suicides, homicides, accidents involving city officials, natural disasters, robberies, aggravated assaults, and just to name a few.
Okay. And you responded to one of those types of calls on January 18th, 2024 at 1605 Avoca Street, correct?
That's correct.
Tell me about how that all came about, how you learned of something going on and ultimately arrived on scene.
I was initially in the shift commander's office. I heard a radio transmission from Officer Hesselbacher requesting a shift commander to come up to the scene. I responded, code 1, which is lights and sirens, to the scene. Upon my arrival, I got together with the officers and kind of talked through what was going on, and we kind of devised our plan from there.
Okay. And when you kind of talked with officers, where were you? Were you
Did you
outside the
swap?
home or inside?
Halftime
I would
change
say
side.
part of the conversation took place outside, and another part took place right inside the front door.
Okay. And what?
Whoa.
Okay.
Yeah.
Huh. Huh.
Yeah.
Weird.
Okay. That just cut right out.
What's
Well,
the
let's-
thing
there's
say
no
on the
fan.
bottom? What's the court has cut the feed?
Court,
Unfortunately.
and we lost the last portion of the witness, Lieutenant
I wonder
Wilkins.
why. It's not. I wonder.
They are on lunch break.
Oh,
No fan.
WitchCraft.
huh. Yeah,
Go ahead,
yeah.
counsel.
It was.
Thank you, Judge.
witchcraft.
Good afternoon, Lieutenant. How are you today?
Good, how are you?
I'm good, thank you. Now, how long have you been employed as a City of Dubuque officer?
Just shy of 9 years.
How long have you been a lieutenant?
I've been a lieutenant about 6 months.
Okay, and
Dunno.
is that the extent of your employment in law enforcement?
Yes, just with the Dubuque Police Department.
Okay, and what is your
Tripped over it.
education training that you obtained to become a City
And
of
blame the
Dubuque police
court.
officer?
Oopsies.
I graduated from Loras College in 2015 with a bachelor's in criminal justice, a minor in business. Once I graduated from college, I was then hired by the Dubuque Police Department. Once hired, I attended the Iowa Law Enforcement Academy, which was approximately 16 weeks long of training there. Upon graduation, I came back to the Dubuque Police Department and completed the field training program, which was about 20 weeks long.
Okay, and any additional certifications, qualifications? Are you up to date on all of them?
Yes, I'm up to date on all of them. I was a patrol officer for about 4.5 years. I was then promoted to corporal. Spent a couple years in investigations. Like I said, about 6 months ago, I was promoted to lieutenant. I'm some of my instructor fields. I'm a driving instructor, less lethal instructor, taser instructor for the department as well.
Okay, very good. And
What a great
just
job.
As a patrol officer for the City of Dubuque, what generally are your job
Taser
duties?
daddy.
For a patrol officer, responding to calls for service.
It's so funny when
could be
people get
disturbances,
tased.
could
I
be
laugh
motor vehicle.
every time. I can't help it. I'm like,
I've got one in my opening, in my intro.
Yes.
He squeals like a bitch.
Yes, I'm like, it's so funny, and they deserve
That'll
it
be
every
the best
time.
bomb ever. Taser daddy.
Vehicle accidents, conducting traffic stops, serving arrest warrants, things like that.
A mixed bag of things.
Correct, a little bit of everything.
Okay, now with your designation as lieutenant, what extra duties do you have?
A lieutenant is in charge of all the patrol officers on duty. So usually anywhere from 8 to 15 officers, a lieutenant is responsible for. Just decision-making on cases, accepting reports, reviewing pursuits, use of force, more of a supervisor.
Okay, and I had previously discussed this with Lieutenant Dazey, but lieutenant is second to the captain, right?
Correct, lieutenant is under captain.
Okay, very good. And were you
gotta
on
pause
duty and
this.
working as a lieutenant?
Bri, do you know about the 8-ball story? The magic, a magic 8-ball? Have you heard that story? Brian?
What? Oh, I'm sorry. What story? I'm trying to catch up on chats.
He was lost in throuple.
He's still like, I'm in a sandwich. So I was sending. So I was talking to Chrissy, who is a sub on my channel, and she's been really busy, so she hasn't been around a lot. And she left a message in Discord about going to Burger King, because Burger King is in in every trial we were doing, like everybody went to Burger King. So we always call it BK and a felony. So, but Chrissy loves Burger King. So she was going to Burger King, and I don't know, something came up, and I wanted to send her, like, what does the magic 8-ball say? Like a GIF or a GIF, whatever. And so I searched it in Discord, and I went to search the pictures, but it just posted one. And what it said was, "You're effed," to Chrissy when I was like trying to tell her where to go. But it said it. I'm not going to say it. But I was laughing. And she goes, "Well, damn." Like, I'm so sorry. And then Gabby came in. It was like Gabby got the call to come in because Chrissy said, "Am I going to have to get Gabby?" I was like, "No, I am so sorry. I don't know how it happened. That is nothing I would say. Like, I would never tell Chrissy you're effed." But the Magic 8 Ball was like, you're effed. So she's saying, if you don't want to be effed, then go like, and then like and subscribe. I was so
You
embarrassed.
passed the 2-hour mark, we can say it.
I know. My daughter would be like, "Mom, you only say that when you've been drinking." Sarah, I was laughing too hard and feel like I wanted to laugh and cry and, disappear. I couldn't. I felt horrible. I'm just glad Chrissy has a good sense of humor because it was harsh. It came up harsh.
I would have signed off for a couple days. Saying, I don't know what I did, but I got to wait for it to calm down before I can go back.
I put myself in timeout.
I always just blame it on my age. I would say, I'm old. I don't know how to do this stuff. It was so bad. It was so bad. It was
actually, on that note, I do have to get going because I got to get off to the doctor's office.
All right. Thanks for stopping in, Bri. It was lovely to have you.
I will finish watching the stream when I get home. You guys have a nice rest of the day.
You too.
It
was good to finally just chat with you in real life.
Bye-bye.
See ya.
Bye.
He's like, just kidding. I'm not leaving.
He has the deepest voice, doesn't he?
Yes. All right. So I'm going to have to go here soon too. But
okay.
I'm going to take my laptop with me.
I think you should be able to still watch it.
I have it on my phone. I have it playing. I have it on your channel playing on my phone. So I will take it with me and listen in the car. And then let me know what you want to do. If you want to do tomorrow, we can start at 7 again, my time. That's fine with me.
Yep.
As long as my power is not back out again. But so let me know if you want to do that. Just send me an email. Because that way, if that works for you, you can get sleep and not have to start so late like yesterday. And then figure out how we can do maybe like a recap of today's testimony. Maybe, I don't know. We'll figure it out.
This is over 6 hours, so I won't be able to do all of it anyway. This is nearly 7 hours, this video. So I'll run it again. I'll run the rest of it tomorrow. Pick up where we left off.
Okay. All right. Yeah. Just send me an email and let me know, and we'll do that.
Too easy.
So I guess I can remove myself, right? So I'm not just sitting here with just my avatar.
Yep. Absolutely.
All right. I've got.
So you're gonna head off now, then?
I gotta go. I have to go brush my teeth. I didn't want to brush them before I had coffee, so. but I will be listening, Carmen. I'll be listening. Gabby. Oh wait. Bri left.
Yeah.
So Sarah wants to know the Honey Nut Cheerio story. So when Carmen and Brandon were little, my mom and dad lived in California. So the whole family, me, my husband, and Carmen and Brandon, we went out to California to visit them. And we went to Disneyland. You know, it's all day thing. You get home and you're tired. And we were exhausted. That 3-hour time difference just absolutely wrecks you. And so we were all just trying to figure out what we were going to eat real quick and, you know, go to bed. So my dad was eating Honey Nut Cheerios. And Carmen said she was probably like 5. I don't even know how old she was, but that age, around that age. I think she told him she had never had Honey Nut Cheerios. So he asked her if she would like to try some. So she did, and she was eating them. And then my dad, he said, "Hey, Carmi, do you like Grandpa's Honey Nuts?" And my husband lost it. My husband was just like you were, and I was death staring him. Did you stop laughing right now? You get it together. And he, because my dad has no idea what he just said. Like, I'm sending him messages through my eyes, like, you better shut up. And he couldn't. And Carmen's just like, I don't know. And my husband's sitting there trying to eat, and he cannot stop laughing. So he's like choking on his food. My dad's looking at him like, what is wrong with, what's wrong with you? And I finally was like, I think you need to, I had to send him to his room. I had to send my husband to his room. Like, I think you need to go upstairs so you can calm down. And even when he went upstairs, he laid in bed laughing so hard at the story. And I said, he's like, what is wrong with you? And what's wrong with you? My dad doesn't have any idea what he just said.
My dad would have laughed at it.
He would have laughed at it, but everybody was so tired. He wasn't thinking, hey, Carmi, I like Grandpa's Honey Nuts. Even to this day, my husband and my brother, who wasn't even there, they can just crack up at the story. So
do they remind him?
We have never told him. We've never told my dad this story ever.
That's a job for today.
Nope. Nope. You just never know with my dad. He can just be like so serious, and and I'm sarcastic all the time. And half the time I'm like, you're not even getting that I'm sarcastic, because he's trying to explain to me why something isn't what I'm being sarcastic about, because he's so serious. And then there's other times he is laughing at my sarcasm. So I never know which way he's going to go. So when you tell him a joke like that, you like, Dad, this is what happened. He's got to be in the right mood. But I don't think I think he would be so embarrassed that he would not. He would just, it's better if he just doesn't know the story. So that's when I saw Carmen ask if Brian had Honey Nut Cheerios. I'm like, don't answer, Brian. Don't answer.
Maybe you shouldn't be watching the live stream at your dad's then today.
Oh no, it's fine, because I'm in another. I have my computer everywhere else, or everywhere else. I just have it everywhere. But no, it's down the hall, so I can hear him coming. I need to turn it down or mute it, pause it, whatever. He doesn't hear it. And as far as I know, he doesn't watch, so it's okay. He will not know the story. But all right. So that's my story. Sorry, Bri, that I forgot to tell it while you were still here.
You'll catch him on the replay.
Yes, but so all right, email me and let me know.
Will do.
What you want to do. And like I said, I'm good to start at 7 again tomorrow.
Same time, same place, same back channel.
Sounds good. And I'll be listening. Carmen. No. No.
Phone data. Phone data. Metadata doesn't lie.
And neither does my mom voice. She's gonna get my mom voice.
And your dad's going to have this look on his face, that lieutenant's pause face.
I'm going to, if that happens, I'm going to call my husband and be like, you got some splaining to do. Also, Carmen did this. All right, you guys, I got to go, but the stream will should keep running on my channel.
Yep.
So
Yep. We'll be here.
I will see you guys all tomorrow. I will be probably back in the chat here as soon as I get to my dad's, but
we'll take good care of it.
yeah, I'll see. I might be able to just join you back at my dad's as my just my avatar. So I just probably won't turn my laptop camera on because I'm sure it's awful.
No worries, Dylan.
Not telling your bucket story, Carmen. If you want to tell your bucket story, go right ahead. Go right ahead. So, all righty, guys. I will see you later. I'm going to mute myself and
bye. All righty. Now, anyone got any juicy gossip? Yeah, gonna leave us all alone. Oh Lord, what will I do?
With the City of Dubuque Police Department on January 18, 2024.
I would have been a corporal on patrol at that time on January 18th. Yes, I was working.
Okay, so the corporal then is right below lieutenant.
That's correct.
All right. And so you were a corporal back then.
Can everyone still see the stream up on Alternate Juror? Nothing has closed off. Everyone can still hear and see everything okay? Yeah, now that she's gone. Sorry, Mum. All right, let's do it.
Then, and you responded to 1605 Avoca Street. Do you recall that?
Yes, I did.
Okay. Tell me about that. What happened that led you to respond, and what happened once you arrived on scene?
Sure. So that was right at about 9 a.m. that day. My shift as a corporal was 9 a.m. to 7 p.m. So right as I came into work, I was notified of a deceased subject on Avoca Street. So basically went straight out to my squad car, drove up there. Upon arrival, the fire department and other police officers were already on scene. So when I pulled up, I blocked off an intersection. And then I approached 1605 Avoca Street. I was aware that multiple officers were already inside the residence. And so I think they had asked officers to go to the rear of the residence to secure that, since the residence was not secured, or we haven't walked through, did not walk through the residence for any other people. So when I arrived on scene, I went to the back kind of southwest side of the residence. I observed a couple vehicles in the driveway at 1605 Avoca Street. There was a truck parked towards the front of the driveway, which was registered to Nick Frey. And then there was also a sedan parked kind of in the back of the driveway, which was registered to Tyler.
Okay, I'm going to stop you for just 1 second.
Okay.
I'm going to go ahead and publish, please, Judge, State's Exhibit 2. Okay. All right. I just want you to, is there a laser pointer up there?
Yes, there is.
Okay, wonderful. Can you just point out the truck you're speaking of?
This is the red truck I'm speaking of that was kind of parked towards the front of the driveway there.
Registered to Nicholas Frey?
That's correct.
And the other vehicle you were referencing?
That vehicle is parked right in the back there that was covered with snow.
Okay, and you said that was registered to?
Tyler Dazey.
All right. As you took perimeter outside, from this picture, can you kind of show the jury what area you were taking perimeter or holding perimeter?
Yes, I would have the red car back there, I was standing right next to that, holding the
Yeah.
rear of the residence.
Okay.
I'm sure he just said we didn't find anyone else in the house, didn't he? Did he say that, or am I imagining?
Now, as you arrived, you said you were briefed on what was happening. There were already officers inside, so you took hold on the outside. What were your initial observations or things you were paying attention to as you were holding perimeter on the outside of the residence?
So my responsibilities was to basically make sure no one exited the residence, ran out of the residence, overall just kind of scanning to see if there's a disturbance or blood or a broken door or something like that. Those were my responsibilities.
Okay, and tell me about that. Did you see anything? What did you see?
When I was standing by the red car, it was I was kind of facing like that side door on the residence. I did not see that any doors or windows to be forced or like they were kicked in. Did not observe any blood. As you can see, the ground was all snow covered. I did not observe any like footprints in the middle of the snow in the backyard. The side door that I was talking about before, where there was some a garbage can and recycle bin, there were some padded down snow or footprints around those I observed.
Okay, so let's just kind of look at these a little bit more. May I approach?
Yes.
I'm handing you what I have marked as State's Exhibit 8. It's a packet of a few photos. Can you quickly just scan through those?
Yes.
They haven't said that they found the defendant yet. Maybe he's got an invisibility cloak on.
Okay.
And what are those?
These are photos of the exterior of the residence.
Okay, and do they appear as they appeared to you on January 18, 2024?
Yes, I do.
Move to admit State's Exhibit 8.
Any objection?
No, Your Honor.
8 is admitted.
And may I
8
cover?
is admitted.
Yes.
Yes, that lays the right way, Sarah.
Okay. And you can use your laser pointer if there's anything to point out, okay, Lieutenant?
Okay.
In the first photo within this group, just kind of point out where we are and what you see.
So
I
this
didn't think so.
image is the very back of the residence. I'll point out the red car right there. That's where I was standing.
Okay. And I see that there is a rear door in the back there.
That's correct.
Yeah,
There's a rear gray door right there.
Okay. From this photo, do you see any footprints leading up to that door?
I do not.
Any fresh marks within the snow?
I do not.
Okay. Now we are in the second photo within that group. Tell me what we're looking at here, Lieutenant.
This is the what I would describe as a side door that I referenced earlier. I'm
Nice.
standing back to the left from this where that red car is. There is the garbage can, recycle bin, and like I said, there's some kind of padded down snow like someone had walked up and down those stairs previously.
Okay. Did anything in that area appear to you to be fresh?
It's kind of hard to say. I can say like there's no forced entry to the door or no signs of like a disturbance there.
Okay. Do you remember what the weather was like that day at all?
Apparently there's a couple.
It was very cold that day. I don't remember the exact temperature, but I know after I got done holding the perimeter of the residence, I went back to my squad car and got a face mask and gloves and hat and everything. It was very cold.
Okay. And there's a window in this photo as well?
That's correct. Window in the upper right corner.
Okay. And did you observe that window to be open or closed?
It was closed.
All right. All right. The next photo within that group, what are we looking at here?
This is almost an exact vantage point of where I was standing, holding the rear of the residence, back by that red car. There's the side door again.
Okay, and you had previously referenced garbage or anything like that. Can you point that out in relation to the door there?
So the recycle bin and garbage can are just outside that side door.
Okay.
Dual exits.
The next photo within that group, what are we looking at here?
This is a view from the other side of the backyard pointing to the red car.
Okay, do you see any signs of disturbance within this photo?
I do not.
Okay, the next photo, what are we looking at?
This is on the other side or the north side of the house. Again, just the exterior photo.
Okay, do you see any signs of disturbance or any marks in the snow?
No.
Okay.
No red footprints.
Okay.
That's not me adjusting the audio either.
Where in this photo, it's kind of the side to the backyard, correct?
Yes, it'd be the backyard on the north side.
Okay, and there's a wooded area in the back there, right?
That's correct.
Tell me about, what do you know of this property to abut to?
The backyard of this property is roughly like the doghouse, University in Asbury.
Okay, so you would, if you went through that wooded area, that's where you would find yourself?
Approximately, yes.
Okay. Okay, Lieutenant, anything else you did to assist in this investigation after you held perimeter?
So after I held perimeter, I put up crime scene tape outside the front of the residence, so investigators had some room to work. Later on that morning, I was tasked with going to find and interview Miss Dazey's son and daughter, which is Nicholas Frey and Kylie Frey. So I ended up having contact with Kylie at 1605 Avoca Street, transported her down to the police department where I conducted an interview with her. Later on in the afternoon, Nicholas Frey met me at the police department and I conducted the interview with him as well.
Okay, and did you do any of the follow-up investigation work with either Nicholas or Kylie?
The only thing that I did is I spoke with Kylie initially. The very next day, I spoke with her to obtain a little bit more information on her whereabouts. And I also obtained some video surveillance from Quickstar, which is a gas station here in Dubuque. And that was the extent of my follow-up.
Okay. And did you know at that point, was any follow-up on their whereabouts assigned to the Criminal Investigations Division?
Yes, the follow-up was assigned to the Criminal Investigation Division.
Okay, do you know if they were ultimately able to exclude the two of them as suspects?
Yes, they were.
Okay, I have no additional questions.
Cross-examination.
Thank you. How you doing today, Lieutenant?
I'm good. How are you?
Good. On direct, you talked about Quickstar, right?
Yes.
And you obtained some video. And what did that video show?
That video surveillance was from the day prior, so the 17th, and that video showed Miss Dazey pulling up in her, I believe it's a GMC SUV. She goes and I believe she gets some gas. She goes inside with the dog and then comes back out to her vehicle and leaves.
Okay. Would that have been about 11:22 a.m. On the 17th?
That could be. I remember it was light out. I don't know the exact time though.
Okay. And then the next time, when's the next time you see that vehicle, the GMC Acadia?
The next,
You personally?
me personally,
Yes.
the next time I saw that vehicle was on the 18th when Nicholas Frey came down to the police department. And I interviewed him. He had mentioned that he drove his mother's vehicle that day. And so after my interview with Nick, I went outside and Nick allowed me to take photographs of the vehicle, search the vehicle, and that's where I found a receipt to Quickstar, which is why I obtained that video surveillance.
And when you spoke to Nick at some point, he said he was in Cedar Rapids, correct?
That's correct.
And were you able to verify that?
Me personally, I did not follow up. That would have been the Criminal Investigations Division.
Okay. And I'm going to go, if we can look at number 8. Yeah, let's start with this one. The first photo in State's Exhibit 8. Now, to your knowledge, when you were doing the perimeter, did any officers go into the backyard?
To my knowledge, no. I was the only one initially standing back by that red car.
Okay. And I think you said, let me turn this on first. I think initially you said you didn't see any footprints in the backyard. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And here, though, it looks like there could be some footprints going out towards the backyard. Is that correct?
It does appear so, yes.
Okay.
Thanks, Hamilton.
If you can go back to down one.
Don't work too hard.
And this porch right here is kind of what you were talking about, where the footprints, where it looked like somebody had been walking, correct?
That's correct.
And you can't definitively say when that happened, correct?
That's right.
And did you have anything to do with the subpoena with the Ring Camera Company?
I did not.
Okay. Do you have any idea of what footage they requested?
I do not. The only thing with surveillance that I was aware of is at this back door, there's a Ring camera on the back door that I pointed out to Investigator Rosenthal when he came on scene, but I did no follow-up with that.
Okay. May I approach?
Yes.
He's so abrupt. Yes.
What's been marked as Defendant's Exhibit A. And I understand you didn't take this picture, but do you recognize kind of the area that this picture would have been taken?
I believe in reviewing photos from before, I think it was right outside this side door, but I can't say for 100%.
Does it appear to be an accurate depiction of what you observed as far as footprints on that area?
I didn't look very closely at the footprints there. I could just say that it appeared someone had walked there, or obviously with the snow being patted down.
Okay. And is this picture consistent with snow being pat?
Yes.
Okay. Your Honor, I'd ask Defendant's Exhibit A be admitted.
Any objection? No. Exhibit A is admitted.
This is a separate case to yesterday, Sarah. And this one started today on this stream. So yesterday is the case of the DJ mum that was shot by her on again, off again boyfriend. And I know nothing about this case either. This is a new one we picked up this morning. So that's all I can tell you. But I would definitely watch The First Witness at double time. I just can't believe they still haven't said anything about where the defendant is.
Okay, public
Yes.
Hold on a minute. Let me make sure that yours. Okay. And this is the footprints that you observed, correct?
That appears consistent with what I observed outside that side door.
Okay.
Yes.
Do you remember the last time that it snowed before this?
I do not.
Okay.
You and me both, Sarah.
Would it refresh your recollection if you saw a report from the weather service?
That could help remember when it snowed last, yes?
Okay. May I approach?
Yes.
Yes. Please tell me this isn't going to turn into another Karen Reed about the snow.
And just take a look at it yourself. I know that it's small print. I apologize. I couldn't get it any bigger. But if you can look, right here would be the 18th. And if you could just look up from there.
Okay.
Prior to the 18th, would have been right here is the new snow.
So on the 18th, it indicates that there was, the new snow was 0.9. I don't know what the measurement is.
What would have been the time before the 18th?
That looks like on the 13th, so 5 days prior, and that's 0.4.
Okay.
Applause.
And so these footprints probably would have had to been within the last 5 days. Is that correct?
Objection. Back to this witness.
No, the audio is terrible.
Well, I'm going to let him answer if he knows. Go ahead if you know.
Could you repeat the question, please?
Yes. These footprints would have had to have been made in about the last 5 days, correct? Or 5 days. Sorry, that's a bad question. These footprints would have had to have been made sometime within the 5 day time frame between the last snowfall and the 18th, correct?
I would say that's hard for me to say, but I would suggest it's probable that else the footprints or the concrete would be covered up with the new snow, I would say.
May I approach?
Yes.
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 I'm going to show you what's marked as Defendant's Exhibit C. Can you tell the court what that is a picture of?
This is a picture of the backyard of the residence.
Okay. And I know it's a little difficult to see, but does it appear that there's some footprints? I know the picture isn't good quality, but does it appear there's some footprints going into the backyard?
So in this specific photo, it's difficult to tell. I know there's another photo that I believe Investigator Hoff that took a close up that indicated there was an animal or like deer footprints in the backyard.
Okay. And does this appear to be a fair and accurate representation of the backyard on the day that you observed it?
Yes.
Okay. I'd ask Defendant's Exhibit C be admitted.
Any objection?
No.
Exhibit C is admitted.
Okay. May I publish, Your Honor?
Yes.
Okay. And again, these are some footprints we're seeing here, and I think you've said that they may belong to a deer.
That's correct.
And that was Investigator Hoff.
I believe it was a CID investigator who, I think it was Investigator Hoff who had took exterior photos of the residence.
Okay.
Oh,
We
yes, I
can take it down, Your Honor.
Can you see along there? If you see my cursor, I think that's what he's talking about. The footprints there.
And Kylie showed up at the residence while you were there. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And you had an opportunity to interview her. Is that correct?
Yes, I did.
And did you have your body cam on during this time?
Yes, I did.
Okay. May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
I'm going to hand you what I've marked as Defendant's Exhibit B. Now, you had an opportunity to review what was on that thumb drive, correct?
Yes.
And what was on that thumb drive?
They were 3 clips from my body-worn camera that day.
And is it a true and accurate representation of what was recorded on your body cam footage?
Yes.
Okay. Your Honor, I'd ask that Defendant's Exhibit B be admitted.
Any objection?
Yes, Judge.
Okay. Defendant's Exhibit B is admitted.
It's unusual to see exhibits coming
And
on.
may I publish?
Yes.
Okay. Lieutenant Crable, I'm going to show you just this first clip.
Okay.
And I noticed that you muted the mic at that point. Is that something that you normally do as an officer?
Whenever I would mute a mic, Officer Handbaum, who's in this photograph, and I were probably discussing the case or strategy or something, so that's why I muted it.
Okay.
They look young.
And we see somebody in the back of this squad car. And who is that?
That is Kylie Frey.
Okay. And Miss Frey, do you know why she's in the back of the squad car?
Yes. So she arrived on scene maybe 2 or 3 minutes prior to this, and Captain Style is in the green North Face jacket there. And he had just asked her to sit in the back of the squad car and explained that's when her mother was deceased.
Okay. And like you said, it was cold out, correct?
It was very cold.
So it wouldn't have been very nice to just leave her out in the elements, right?
That's true.
Okay. She wasn't under arrest or anything at this point, correct?
She was not.
There's no one wrong, just no one to the one side or...
So you should be able to see, he'll give you right down the wall, sir. I'll make right.
I didn't know if they let it see. Nothing special.
She will. Is Pop down there? Yeah, Pop was with Hopper.
And at this point, she has been informed, correct, of her mother's death?
Yes. Is there anybody down for Los Angeles? Then are you up here somewhere? No, I just came out to make sure. Hang on a second. Yep. Take him. Okay. You take her down. You take her down to the interview. Yep. And you all that information. He's innocent. Yep.
She doesn't look particularly upset for someone who's just been told that her mother's been murdered. I'm lost. I don't know where the defendant is. No one's even seen him yet. Is there a naked man running down the street, or is this family just cray-cray? Or both.
Sorry for bouncing around.
It's all good. You're just doing your job.
I'm Chad. What's your name?
Your mother's dead. What the hell's going on? What's wrong with people?
So there happened this morning. So
Yeah, just so I got right, Jen's phone.
Yeah.
So we'll go in here again. I'll just throw your backpack back here. I get it back to you.
you want my pepper spray too?
Honey, she's laughing. What the fuck?
I know I'm not gonna do anything with it, but
I appreciate that.
I know how it is, and
Yeah, nothing else on your family. Perfect.
cash them up.
Oh my God.
Good. I want to get some heat going.
I don't understand.
Very cold. Not too bad in here. Okay.
But I wouldn't mind.
Good morning.
They did say, though, she's not under arrest at this point, though, didn't they? But then she's not the one being charged. Hey, Regina. Welcome.
Carol's not wrong around the court. Yes.
I was just double checking. Because I was fighting a domestic case with my mom because she said I slapped her foot.
Okay.
Oh.
Transport you into the Dolphin to the law center.
I haven't got through day one yet, Christine, but I'm very confused. Really? Why won't he cover it? There hasn't even been anything to do with witchcraft or anything like that yet, or at all so far. And we haven't even found, like, how far into it are we? We're 3 hours in, and no one knows where the defendant even is. He's disappeared. He was seen in the lounge room naked, and now he's scarpered. But welcome. Thank you for joining us. And say hi to RA when you're back there. He's funny. Actually, there was a couple of swear words with the first witness testimony that he would have made some really funny faces at. Oh, well.
And if you recall, was there anything on the drive that was evidentiary
Their own,
value?
my love.
There was not. I think we just kind of had small talk on the way down.
Okay. Now I'm going to show you clip 2, and if you can kind of give an idea of
I'm just gonna set this bag outside here. Okay. Is there anything else on you that I should know about, like just phone and?
Actually, Regina, compared to yesterday's trial that we did, this is nothing at all. Oh, of course. How could you not? He's like a big teddy bear. You just want to cuddle him. But no, we haven't seen any terrible content as yet. But apparently there were she suffered some really horrific head, neck, and facial injuries.
Perfect. Okay.
This woman.
Sounds good. Can I get you a water pop or anything like?
I can't get
And
over her.
where are you now?
This is at the
Yeah.
Dubuque Law Enforcement Center in the
I don't know,
CID area in an interview room.
Okay. And so far, what we've seen as far as on the first clip and this clip, was that kind of the demeanor of Miss Frey throughout the interview?
I guess her demeanor was, she had multiple different kind of emotions in demeanor during my interview with her. But generally, for the most part, I would describe her as fairly calm. I mean,
okay.
Gabby.
I'll do a bottle of water.
He encourages it.
Yep. And then just give me a minute, I'll be back in, okay? All right, thanks, Kylie.
She does not even look like she's one bit upset.
Any of our guys down here? Oh. If so, can you start that? Yeah, Becky, if you would.
He does.
Okay. And there's one last clip that I'm going to play.
Okay.
Do you think she's going to try and put the chair on the table and escape like yesterday's?
Where were you at work? Yeah. Okay, I told you. I got a phone call from Megan, and then Gina called me saying to get there. Gina posted these people, seriously.
And so, as far as you know, nobody from law enforcement had gotten a hold of Kylie prior to showing up, correct?
As far as I know, that's correct.
Okay.
What? Gina and all them, they need to stop calling people. Well, they didn't tell me. I told them to tell me. Oh. But I'll call you once I'm done. Are you okay? Yeah, I'm good. Well, I'll put the call in.
He'll be back.
I'll let you know. Probably.
He had to take his daughter to the doctor.
What? Probably when they come get me, I can't drive my car. My whole will drive needs to be fixed. Okay. Never mind. Never mind. Never mind. I have a ride. What? I have a ride. You have a ride? Yeah, just go down there. I'll meet you down. Okay, go to your house with me then. All right, love you. Love you. Bye. Bye.
Yeah, we can do that before now. You're welcome. So, again, my name is Jane. I'm
Were you there when I called about the guy coming to my house down across Comiskey?
how long ago?
Not that long ago.
I don't think so.
I wish it was longer.
The last time I was down at Comiskey was probably a couple.
Bitch, please, your mother just died.
Juvenile kids that broke out like the bus little hut thing, where like they were throwing some rocks at the glass where the bus comes picks them up, and they had broke that. So that was probably the last time I was on at Comiskey.
I don't think it's just you, Sarah.
That I used to work for, or not work for, one of my customers actually came to my house to confess to their love, manic, and the guy that slipped my tire before that, he was the one who dropped off.
Not good.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
Which, while I'm here, I'm so sorry, I'm all over the board. While I'm here, what I need was ask about this after this is.
Yes, absolutely. Yep. Yeah, we'll knock this out. I'll get a little information from you, and then we can go on that, see what I can help you with, okay? So, let me describe your name here. It's Kylie?
Kylie.
K-Y-L-I-E.
L-I-E.
What's your middle name?
Ann, A-N-N-E.
And last name?
Frey, F-R-E-Y. Go by Daisy.
Okay, but, so the last name is officially Frey, but you go by Daisy. Gotcha, okay. And what's your date of birth?
3/18/2005.
And what's your address?
2457 Jackson Street.
Is that a house or apartment?
It's a house, duplex.
Duplex, upstairs or downstairs?
My
Downstairs.
brother lives upstairs.
Okay, so that's considered the half then? Okay, and what's the phone number for you, Kylie?
563-580-1950.
Okay. All right. So again, basically, I was just asked what trying to get some more information from you about what's going on today. Again, I'm very sorry for your mother's passing. And so, from what I gathered, just listening to you, it sounds like grandparents called you and told you about it.
No, I got a call. Well, first I got a call from my grandparents saying my neighbors are Bigfoots. We all have each other's numbers. We're old neighbors.
On Avoca? Yeah.
The one saw that ambulance was outside. My
Okay.
grandma called and said, "Hey, there's an ambulance outside. Can you get to the house?
To you? Okay.
Can you get to the house?" I said, "At work, I can't do much. I don't have a car." Then I texted Gina, which is the one that said she saw the ambulance.
Mhm.
And I said, "Hey, what's going on? I don't know. There's ambulance." And I would want to say she said Tyler was in cuffs. Pretty sure. And then I got a call from, who was it? I want to say I called Gina back, or she called me. Someone called me, one of them. And they said, "You're here now." I said, "What's going on?" And of course, what's going on? Then they told me.
And who?
That's
Gina
putting it
called?
lightly.
I want to say Ron was on the phone, but it was on Gina's phone.
Gotcha. Okay, what time did your grandma call you saying that there's an ambulance at the house?
The first time was at 10.
10 o'clock exactly?
Well, it was 9:59 exactly.
9:59, perfect.
Sorry, I forgot you.
No, that's okay. And so, you said when she called that you answered though, but you were at work?
Well, the first time I didn't answer, and then she called, or I called back.
Gotcha. Okay. And where do you work at?
Villages.
Villages. VI. It's a good place. How long you been there for?
I just went back. I was there for about a year and a half. That's right. I have been there for about a year and a half. So I went back.
Sure. Okay. So you call grandma back, and that's the one on Washington Street, and that's when she tells you that there's an ambulance at the house and you got to go. But you
Because
say,
my grandma, the smallest thing, she's got to get there.
yeah, right. And then
Hello.
You're-
This is not the smallest thing, biatch. If someone rang me and told me this had happened to my mother, I would be absolutely beside myself. I'd be bumping into walls, not knowing what to do. And this chick's smiling and laughing and joking. What the heck? Bish, please.
You're at work, you're unable to go, is that right?
Yeah, I don't have my car. My car needs to be fixed because
you have your car.
my tire being split, my elbow is messed up.
Oh.
I love it. Just so much.
Oh,
Okay.
That's why I'm so calm. Shit always happens.
I'm sorry to hear that. So if you know not having a vehicle or not able to get there, what kind of happened next, or who?
The other different neighbors. I don't know her name. She came and got me.
Okay. What time was that at, do you know?
I can look. I have like 360 on myself.
I have no idea. It is.
Yes. Oh, where was I? I was like, why am I here? It was at 10:56, or no.
Something ain't right.
Yeah, 10:56. I was thrown off because I thought the time was before my grandma calling, but 10:56 is when I left. And I got there at 10:59.
I aim to please.
Oh, and that's when you talked to us there. Okay. And by that time, you already knew about what happened.
I knew on the phone because she said, or Ron was like, come. I was like, can't really, being a waitress is kind of hard.
Sure.
Oh,
And
you know,
me
I've got people to
personally,
serve, you know.
I don't really do
Don't want to
that.
get blood on my hands and
Hence
that.
why I'm so calm, kind of. But I was like, what's the point of me leaving? Like, it sounds kind of heartless, but it's not like I can
You
be like
think?
them.
Sure.
But
Have you had
with
like,
how they were reacting, I thought, okay.
you should go up, yeah. Have you had like previous experiences with this or why you kind of say that?
Yeah.
Okay. Is that a family member previously or friend?
He was my mom's ex-boyfriend and best friend. His name was Mike. He was at them though.
Okay, how long ago was that?
About, let's say, 7 months.
Also recently?
Yeah.
Okay. That didn't happen on, is that Wood Street?
It was across the bridge. It was in Marina or whatever that area is for the campgrounds.
Okay. In East Dubuque there?
Yeah.
Gotcha.
He was in his trailer.
Okay, I'm sorry.
Okay.
So by this time, you obviously you knew what was going on when you showed up to the house. Who all lives at the house?
It was my brother and my mom. And then
Okay, and mom's Jen, correct?
Yes.
Or does she go by Jennifer?
She goes by Jenny.
Jenny. Okay. And then brother is who again? Tyler. And dog name? Echo. Okay. How long is it? Is it Jenny's house then? Yeah. And how long she lived there?
Okay, you can take down the.
Bad pause.
In your investigation, did you ever find out if she had any keys to the house?
I did not.
Okay. And some point during the investigation, she was saying some not nice things about Jenny. Is that correct?
Objection for hearsay.
It goes to her state of mind and also gives more context to the clips that we saw.
I'm going to allow it. You can answer the question. Go ahead.
Could you repeat it again, please?
Yeah. Kylie said some not so nice things about her mother, correct?
I remember her talking about.
And I don't necessarily need specifics, but just.
She explained that she was involved in a domestic with her mother, where she was allegedly had slapped her foot, as far as not things that were not nice.
Okay. She say anything else that was, and again, I don't want the specifics, but did she say anything else that would be not as nice?
I'm gonna renew my.
Play the tape if you've got it. Why bring it in as hearsay?
Well, this time you asked him, what did she say? I'm going to sustain the objection on hearsay.
And during the, or at least at the beginning and towards the end, did she seem concerned about this criminal mischief charge she was a victim of?
Objection.
Relevance.
Well, I think your question was, did she seem concerned?
Yes.
You can testify about what you observed. Go ahead.
At the beginning of our interview, she did ask about like a status update on her criminal mischief case that she reported in December. Yes.
And did she ask about it again at the end?
She said.
I do not remember.
Would it help refresh your recollection if you saw a copy of your report?
Yes.
I don't see the point of this. She's not on trial. Oh, the court audio is terrible. It's almost like it's motion activated.
I'll move on to a different question. Were you able to get possible passcodes for Jennifer Dazey's phone?
Kylie provided me 2 potential passcodes for her phone that I passed on to Criminal Investigations Division.
And do you recall if she mentioned anything about the Ring doorbells?
I do not.
Okay. Would that refresh your recollection if you saw a copy of your report?
Yes.
These questions are calling for hearsay, basically diving into.
I hate speaking objections.
Well, this question is, would it refresh your recollection? He said yes. Go ahead with your next question.
Okay. May I approach?
Yes.
And just for clarification, you're just saying go forward?
Yes. Go ahead and ask the next question you were going to ask.
Yeah, I don't want you to read it out loud. I want to take a look yourself. And be this first paragraph.
Okay, I read it.
Okay. Does that refresh your recollection as to whether or not she mentioned the Ring doorbell?
You can answer yes or no.
Yes.
Yep. And did she end up mentioning the Ring doorbell?
Yes, she did mention the Ring doorbell.
Okay. Did she give any indication where the ring doorbell system would be?
I don't remember. If I read that line of my report, I could probably tell you.
Okay, may I approach again, Your Honor?
Yes.
Did one of them run around the back of me, did they? Woohoo!
You can answer yes or no if you remember the question.
Could you repeat that again, please?
Yes. Did she give any indication where the account for her mother's Ring doorbell would be?
Yes.
And if you can recall, where was that? The account, where would the account be?
Her mother's cell phone.
Okay. No further questions. Thank you.
Any redirect?
Yes, please, Your Honor. May I please publish Exhibit 8? Okay, Lieutenant, can you tell from these photos what the material of those steps is?
Appears to be wood.
Okay. Mr. Hoover, can we put up that photo of the prints? Okay.
And can you tell from looking at this photo what the material is underneath the snow and the melted snow? Do you want to look at the actual picture?
No, that's okay. It appears to be concrete.
Okay. So that would not be on any one of those steps, correct, Lieutenant?
That's correct. The step material didn't, from that image, appear to be concrete.
Okay. And that concrete would be closer to the driveway area, correct?
Yes, the driveway was concrete.
Okay. Now, there was that brief discussion about the prints in that photo. Okay, that photo isn't very great because snow is white.
I've got 4 of them, Gabby, and I had 3 of them on the desk with me before. They're asleep at the moment, but yes, they'll probably be up again in an hour. Also at high speed. I might have to watch that myself.
And it's hard to discern what's in there. Is that accurate?
That's true.
Okay. So did you look at all the photos of the exterior when you were investigating or in preparation for trial?
Yes,
And you said you looked at those photos up close?
that's correct.
Okay. Were they human prints?
No, as I said before, it appeared that they were an animal or more specifically deer footprints.
Okay.
Yeah, eat it, fucker. Eat that shit. Eat that turd.
Now, there was the footage of Ms. Frey and your initial contact with her and things of that nature that Mr. Hoover discussed with you. Did you observe her to cry and tear up at moments throughout all of your contact with her?
Yes, I did.
And in fact, in the end of that third clip, does
Now
she
it's
appear
you,
to be
Gabby.
wiping a tear from her face?
That's correct. That's when she began to tear up or cry.
Okay. And I believe she said in that third clip, I love it. It's so much. That's why I'm so calm. Shit always happens. And I don't do death or I don't handle death. Do you remember her saying that to you?
Yes.
Okay. Now you said, and correct me if I'm wrong, because sometimes my memory isn't always the best, but you said you are an officer for Dubuque for 9 years.
Yes.
How old of a man are you, Lieutenant?
I am 31 years old.
Okay. And in your 9 years as an officer and 31 years, have you had multiple calls with people responding to death or grief?
Yes.
And would you say they all respond in the same way?
I would not. It really varies on call to call on how people handle death, grief, and then, of course, being questioned by the police afterwards.
Okay. It's a traumatic, stressful experience.
I would say so.
Would you be able to say you would be able to predict how a certain person would respond to grief or trauma?
No.
So you wouldn't say that the way she reacted is unusual, generally speaking?
No.
Nothing.
Really?
Mr. Hoover? Would you say there's a difference in how women and men react to bad news?
What has this got to do with the case? Anyone? Hands up.
I guess I can answer that in general.
Yeah, general.
I would suggest that men try to be a little bit tougher, hold tears back, where sometimes women can be more emotional. But again, it
Fucking
just
bizarre.
in my 9 years of being a police officer and just responded to quite a few death calls. It's really just across the board
sorry,
on how
AJ.
people react to them.
And there's no doubt in your mind that there were footprints on the stairs themselves, correct?
I never physically walked up to those stairs and looked at them. I can say that it certainly appeared that someone had stepped on those stairs or there's footprints because that snow was patted down.
Yes.
No further questions. Thank you.
Nothing else.
Thank you, sir. You're free to go.
Thank you.
Like I said, we're 3.5 hours in and no one knows where the defendant is yet.
Another witness for the state?
It's 10-2. Would you like to take a break, Judge?
We can, if that's a good natural spot for you.
Right before the next witness to come up, so we can there's also other items to bring down.
Okay, that's fine. Folks, we'll take a 10 or 15 minute bathroom break for everyone. Remember the admonition, keep an open mind about everything, report back to me.
Judge, state calls investigator Isaiah Hoff.
How's that for timing?
Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? I do. Go ahead and have a seat there.
Thank you, Your Honor.
State your name and spell it for the record, please.
It's Isaiah Hoff, ISAIAH, HOFF.
Go ahead, counsel.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Investigator Hoff. How are you today?
Doing well. How are you?
I'm good, thank you. And you are employed for the City of Dubuque Police Department.
That's correct.
How long have you been employed as a police officer?
Approximately 12.5 years.
Okay. And what is your current designation in the City of Dubuque Police Department?
Currently, I'm a corporal within the Criminal Investigations Division.
Okay. And let's start with the Criminal Investigations Division. What is that?
It is a unit within
Division
the
for
department full of basically detectives. We handle felony level crimes, kind of more complex investigations, things like that. It's a special assignment separate from patrol.
And it's kind of almost like a referral. Patrol starts to handle something and then would refer to the Criminal Investigations Division.
Yeah, that's a good way to phrase it.
Okay. And prior to you, how long have you been employed then in the Criminal Investigations Division again?
This is my second stint. I did 18 months in the unit back in 2018 to 2020. I took a promotion, returned to the street, and then I returned again back about 2 years ago.
Okay. And just like the others, it goes corporal, lieutenant, captain, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And so in order to become a police officer, what kind of training did you or certifications did you receive?
Well, I got my bachelor's degree in criminal justice. I was hired on by the Dubuque Police Department back in 2012. I attended the Iowa Law Enforcement Academy where I got my law enforcement certification. Passed the FTO, the Field Training Officer program, became a police officer here. And then that's really what you need to become a police officer.
Okay. And you are also required to maintain certifications, get updated trainings and things of that nature. Are all yours up to date?
Yeah, I mean, part of the being in CID, it does require some additional trainings and certifications. So once you're selected as a detective, you get sent to certain trainings like sex abuse investigation, crime scene investigation, homicide investigation, interview and interrogation, kind of these specialty trainings that you're going to be called upon to use as a detective.
Okay, and just to clarify, when you say CID, that's a shortened way of saying Criminal Investigations Division.
Yeah,
correct?
that's the acronym that we use for the department.
Okay. And so why don't you just tell me generally about how CID takes on a case?
So there are really two different ways that CID can get involved in a case. The first would be kind of that referral form. A patrol officer may respond to a theft or a robbery. They may take the initial report and recognize, hey, there's no need for immediate action on this tonight, but this is going to require some specialty training. So that will get sent off to the CID division. That will then be referred off to us, a week later, and then we would pick up that investigation. The other way that we get involved in investigations is if there's a major crime that had just occurred, there's an active crime scene, there's leads that need to be followed up with immediately, we are called out to the scene. So patrol will basically, they'll initially respond, they'll recognize, hey, this is something we need some additional expertise in. We need CID to respond to the scene. If we're on duty, we'll leave the station and respond to the scene. If it's after hours, they'll call us at our home, middle of the night or whatever, and we're told to come and respond in.
Is it fair to say that any type of potential homicide would be something referred to the Criminal Investigations Division?
Yes, it's pretty standard for any unattended or suspicious death to at least require one, if not two, investigators to come out and just kind of
nothing suspicious
review
about
the
this.
scene and assist in processing.
Okay. And on January 18th, 2024, you were called in to assist to a case investigation, just like you described.
Yes.
And where was that at?
1605 Avoca Street,
And what county is that in, investigator?
Dubuque County.
And what was, I'm assuming you then responded to 1605 Avoca Street.
Yeah, so what had happened was we were all, many of the investigators were in the basement at the law enforcement center doing an unrelated training. Officers down there did have radios on. We could hear that patrol units had responded to 1605 Avoca Street for a suspicious death. Listening to the radio traffic, it wasn't quite clear what was going on, but it was evident from the radio traffic that it was kind of a chaotic scene. Lots of officers were responding. They were requesting additional units. We basically got up, left the training, went upstairs, grabbed our go bags, which is our evidence processing gear, and we all hopped in the car and headed out to 1605 Avoca Street to assist.
Okay, so once you arrived, what happened?
So I arrived on scene. Officers were still an active scene. I made contact with a couple of officers on the perimeter, one of them being Lieutenant Crable. Tried to gather some additional details about what was going on. As we're kind of talking, it's communicated to us that there was still possibly one individual inside the house who was unaccounted for, the person that had been witnessed by Christy Fullman upon her arrival. As we're standing out there, one of the officers comes on over the radio and basically says, we have one in custody inside the house. It was at that time.
I'm going to pause you for just a second. One in custody in the house. Tell me very generically what that means.
That is just a very generic term. If someone is placed in handcuffs, detained, it's just one in custody to alert the other officers outside that there is one person detained inside the house.
Okay, and I want you to continue explaining. So you said that you heard over the radio one was in custody. And as you're explaining, I did set up State's Exhibit 4A, which is the diagram, if you want to point out areas that will assist you in your explanation. Okay, so after you heard we have one in custody, what did you do?
So I'm assuming you guys are all kind of familiar with the layout of this. This area on top would be Avoca Street. I was kind of gathered outside of the house up here. When we had heard that there was one in custody, I then entered through the front door into the enclosed porch and then into the house. I drew my service pistol to basically assist with the clearing of the home.
Okay, and so once you arrived inside the home, what did you do?
So officers were, they were in this bedroom on the back side of the house. So again, I came through here into that little hallway and into this bedroom.
What did you see when you walked into the bedroom?
So Officer Slight had one person detained in handcuffs. This individual was completely nude. He was on his left side, kind of facing the wall away from me. And he was more or less trying to talk to or communicate with this individual.
Okay. And did you know at that point who that individual was?
I did not. Officer Slight was calling this individual Tyler, kept using his name. I learned later that, again, Christy Fullman had informed officers that Tyler was the individual inside the house who was still unaccounted for. And I believe Officer Slight had some prior interaction.
Sustained. Ask another question.
Okay. So you had heard him referred to as Tyler. Did you learn his full identity at some point throughout the investigation?
Yes, he was positively identified as Tyler Dazey.
The defendant in this case.
That is correct.
Okay, so you saw him in the corner of the room, and you heard Officer Slight talking to him a bit. What did you do at that point?
Well, officers were still in the process of clearing the residence. When I had arrived, the basement had been cleared and the main level was cleared. One thing that isn't shown on this diagram is, I'm going to try not to hit you with this laser. I'm really sorry if I do. So in this back bedroom, there is a door that leads to a stairwell that leads up to an attic. When I entered into the residence, that still hadn't been cleared. So there were multiple patrol officers who were in the process of clearing that attic. I basically stood by with Officer Slight while we waited for the house to be fully cleared.
Okay. And did the other officers clear the whole house?
Yes. No one else was located inside the home.
Okay. So after that was completed,
in the attic?
What happened next?
Mr. Dazey, Tyler, he was rolled over onto his side.
Okay. And what did you observe about him?
So again, he was fully nude, as I stated. When he was rolled over, Mr. Dazey did have an erection.
Yeah. Oh my Lord. That's not what I thought I was going to hear. I was thinking.
Okay. The objection's overruled. Go ahead. You can finish your answer.
So when he was rolled over, I noted, and as did the other officers in the room, that Tyler, his penis was fully erect, based off statements with Officer Slight. He was the one who was handling Tyler. He made the comment that he felt a little wet.
Okay. Did you have to help him up?
Yes, he was helped to his feet because he was handcuffed behind his back. Yes.
Okay. Did he make any mention of any injuries or anything of that nature?
He had some complaint about pain in his wrist. Officer Slight did readjust his handcuffs. He had, again, continued complaints about his wrist, but kind of stated that it always kind of hurts him.
Do you recall which wrist?
I believe it was his right wrist.
I must say, I did not see that one coming. No pun intended.
Okay. And so initially in that clip, Tyler was handcuffed. Can you explain to me why you did that?
So officers had entered into a very chaotic scene. There was a obvious homicide that had occurred within the home. They had located Tyler inside the house where this had happened. They really had no further details as to.
Well, that makes the sister's behavior quite normal. Yeah.
What had occurred, what his level of involvement in this was. The scene was still being searched. It was an active crime scene. It's just a step that is taken to secure all individuals until we kind of have a chance to take a deep breath, figure out what's going on, come up with a plan of attack.
Okay. So you said that he had been secured and helped up. And while Officer Slight was with Tyler getting him secured, what did you do during that time?
I
Covered my eyes.
I stood by with him at one point. Once the residence was secured, I did step off into the master bedroom over here where Jennifer Dazey was located.
Okay, may I approach?
Yes.
This is heading down the Taylor business pathway.
Can you tell me what this is a photo of?
This is a photograph of the view of the master bedroom from the door, showing the bed and then the deceased body of Jennifer Dazey.
Is that how that bedroom appeared on January 18, 2024, when you were on scene at 1605 Avoca Street?
Yes.
Move to admit State's Exhibit 9.
No objection, Your Honor. 9 is admitted.
May I publish?
Yes.
Okay, can you use your laser pointer there and point out what you were looking at in this photo while you were on scene?
Yep, so this would be a view if you were standing in that door right here looking into the room. You can see the large bed. You can see Jennifer Dazey. You can't tell from these photos, but it was clear in person that she was missing 2 of her fingers on her right hand. One had been completely severed. The other one was just barely hanging on by a small amount of flesh. There was a significant amount of blood pooled around her neck. The way she was positioned and the positioning of the sheets kind of created like a pool, an area where the blood pooled and didn't really have much of a place to go. So she had significant injuries to her face and her neck, which was responsible for the large amount of blood that was pooling around her.
Okay, and at this point, you're still dealing with Tyler. You just went in for a cursory view of that scene. You hadn't started processing it at this point.
Exactly.
Okay, so you took a look of the bedroom, and did you return then to assist with Tyler?
I did.
What did you do with him?
So Tyler was placed into a Tyvek suit. We just knew based off the totality of the circumstances that we were not going to allow him to remain in the home while we processed the scene. Because he was naked and fully erect, we didn't, and it was cold out, we didn't want to parade him outside, again, due to the weather and, you know, to protect him from being put in an embarrassing situation. We wanted to get him covered up. We were also concerned about any possible trace evidence on his person. Trace evidence would be any smaller evidence such as, you know, dirt, small amounts of blood, hairs that could be, you know, damaged or brushed away easily. The decision was made at that point to put him in what we call a Tyvek suit. That's basically a full jumpsuit that kind of seals everything in. It's kind of what you see like hazmat guys wear. They've got the booties, you know, zips up, covers up the hands. It's a hood and everything. And so we made the decision to put him in that one to fully cover him up so he wasn't naked when he left the home. And also if there was any physical evidence on him, that would then be left in the suit and couldn't be destroyed or tampered with.
Okay, so and he was still in the bedroom, in his bedroom when you officers put him in the Tyvek suit?
That's correct.
Okay, and then where did you all go from there?
So again, the decision was made to bring him out of the home. He was escorted from his bedroom into the living room. And while we were standing in the living room, we more or less we're working on determine what exactly should happen with him, whether he should be brought directly to the law enforcement center for.
Oh. Hang on. Don't know what I did there. Sorry about that.
Did he say anything to you while you were observing him, or did he say anything while you were observing him?
You know, we asked him numerous times if he had taken any drugs or anything like that, if he was doing okay, if he was hurt. You know, he denied taking any drugs, denied being hurt other than his wrist, which was previously addressed. You know, he made the comment, you know, I'm good, I'm good. One point he told us that he had to urinate. We asked him if he would be willing to wait for a little bit until we got him somewhere where he could do that. And basically he made the decision to urinate in a suit while we were standing in the living room.
So his appearance gave law enforcement some concerns that he needed to be checked out at the hospital.
Yes, there were numerous reasons why we were concerned. He didn't appear to grasp the gravity of the situation. The fact that there were multiple officers inside his house, that he was being detained in handcuffs, that he was being escorted out of.
Do those suits have elastic ankles? Ugh. I'm still sitting in my dirty pee pants.
His home, didn't really respond the way you would expect someone to respond. Did not ask a lot of questions about what was going on, why we were there, what was going on. We were unsure if he had, again, taken some sort of drug or some other substance, alcohol, or something like that. If he had possibly witnessed something, something traumatic happened in the home, had something happened to him, had he witnessed something, was this some sort of PTSD type of response? We had no idea. We're not doctors. We just wanted to get him in front of some medical professionals who kind of better evaluate him.
Okay, so did you take him to the hospital?
I did not.
Okay, do you know who did?
I'm not positive who transported him up there.
That's okay. Did you have any other personal contact with the defendant after he was taken to the hospital?
After he left the house, no.
Okay. So Tyler is now gone from the scene. What happened next?
We kind of regrouped inside the home, kind of talked about what needed to happen next, kind of talked about what everyone's observations were. We recognized that we were going to need to apply for a search warrant before we could process the scene. Basically, there's two ways that we're able to go into a private residence and remain there and basically do our police work. One is to be invited in and allowed to do that. The other would be to obtain a search warrant. We knew in this case it was going to require a search warrant, so we kind of met up, talked about what everyone had seen so that we had all the available information when it came to drafting the search warrant.
Okay, and you were the one who drafted all those search warrants, right?
Yes.
Before you did that, did you observe anything noteworthy in the house?
I did. So there was like a nylon sheath or a holster on the dining room table. Again.
Oh, Bri. You just missed the nastiest bit. Nasty. And you're right, Regina. There's no way RA would have coped with that. Sorry. Yeah.
And the dining room would be located here. At the time, there was a table in the corner. On that table was a black nylon sheath that said SOG, S-O-G. I was not familiar with that brand, but Officer Slight informed me that this is a...
Rewind and
Sustained.
listen.
Ask another question.
Okay.
It's this witness.
You learned that matches some kind of an item.
Yeah, so through...
Well, yeah. I mean, you're asking what he was told by someone else. Ask another question.
Did you on your own do any investigation as to what that item was?
Yes, I performed numerous Google searches. I located a brand called SOG, which specializes in tactical knives and hatchets.
Okay, may I approach?
Yes.
10. Handing you what C is marked as Exhibit 10. Can you take a look through those? I think there's 3 there.
It's this witness.
And what are those photos of?
It's 3 different photos of basically the same thing. It's kind of an overall photograph of that dining room area. It's a closer view of that table in the corner of the dining room. And then it's a close-up shot of the nylon SOG brand tactical hatchet holster.
Okay, and does this appear the same way as it did to you on January 18, 2024?
Yes.
Move to admit State's Exhibit 10.
No objection. 10 is admitted.
And publish?
Yes.
Let's just say we found the defendant, Bri.
Okay, so the first photo in that group, investigator, can you point out what we're looking at here?
Yeah, so again, this would be, the photographer was kind of standing in that, next to kind of those pillars that, the partial walls that separate the living room from the dining room. Looking back towards the kitchen, you can see the refrigerator in the background. Off to the right-hand side is that table that I previously referred to.
Okay, I'm sorry, did you point out what was on the table?
So it's tough to see from this view, but right here would be the SOG brand holster.
Okay, and can you just point out again on the diagram where this room is and where the pillars you referenced is?
So this would be where the photographer is standing, and then the shot is going to be shooting this way.
I saw that coming, Sarah.
Into the dining room, into the kitchen.
Okay, and then here's what is same, tell me about this photo.
Just a slightly different angle, closer view of the table. Off to the right-hand side is the small hallway in the bathroom.
Okay, and the item still on the table there?
Yep.
Okay, and what is this?
Again, that's the nylon sheath or the nylon holster, which was located on the table.
Okay, do you know what that is next to it there?
Dog toy.
Okay. All right, so we previously talked about you drafting the search warrants. Tell me exactly what you drafted search warrants for.
So I drafted two different search warrant applications. One was for the person of Tyler Dazey. We treat people's bodies as a separate residence, or we still need permission before we can process their body. As part of his search warrant application, I requested that we be able to take any photographs of his person. I asked that we obtain any blood evidence that may be on his person, and then collect any trace evidence through either fingernail clippings or scrapings, obtain his known DNA from what we call known buccal swabs, obtain penile swabs from him, just process his body for any trace evidence. The second search warrant I drafted was for the actual residence at 1605 Avoca Street. That search warrant included a request to search and seize any blood evidence inside the home, any trace evidence, any latent fingerprints. And specifically, it named that we were searching and looking to seize any, sharp bladed instruments, anything that could possibly create the injuries from what we saw on Miss Dazey.
Okay, so let's get started then with the search warrant for the home at 1605 Avoca Street. May I approach?
Yes.
11. I'm handing you what I marked as State's Exhibit 11. It's a packet of photos. Can you look through all of them and just tell me in a very generic sense what they are?
So these are overall photographs of the interior of the residence at 1605 Avoca Street.
And are they do they appear in these photos how they appeared to you on January 18, 2024?
Yes.
Move to admit State's Exhibit 11.
No objection. 11 is admitted.
Publish, please.
Yes.
11 is admitted.
Okay, investigator, we'll just kind of go through these photos one by one. You can also reference the diagram here to show context to where they're at as you're discussing them, okay? In the first photo here, what are we looking at?
So the photographer would be inside the enclosed porch. That would be the front door leading into the living room. One thing to note here, it's a little bit hazy, but this would be a Ring doorbell that would be mounted on the front of the home.
Okay. And then looking in through that door, can you point out where those pillars are?
Yeah, so this would be the pillar on the north side of the room.
Okay. The next photo here, what are we looking at?
So this is an additional view of the living room. Again, this is the opposite pillar on the south side of the room. You can kind of see into the dining room area. This would be the door to the kitchen. This is a sectional L-shaped couch. Right here is something to note. What we believe to be the family dog was located kind of underneath these blankets.
Kind of wrapped up in the blanket?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, this photo, what are we looking at?
So this is, I misspoke, it's not a sectional or L-shaped couch. It's just kind of set up in an L, but this would be the kind of the corner of the home. The couch kind of goes in that L shape. The dog would be located up here. This would be the coffee creamer that Christy Folman brought by for morning coffee and set on that end table.
Okay, and that chair that's next to that table, that's against the wall facing Avoca Street, the front of the home.
Yeah, so this is along the front of the home. This is along the south end of the home.
Okay. All right, what are we looking at in this photo?
Again, these pillars are just going to keep coming up as a kind of a frame of reference, but this would be the pillar. This would be our living room. This is the table where the nylon sheath was located. This would be the entrance into that small hallway that gave access to the bedrooms. This would be what we later learned was Jennifer Dazey's purse.
Okay, and if you're in that doorway and you went and you turned right, whose bedroom would you be going to?
Jennifer's.
If you turned left?
Tyler's.
All right. Okay, where are we at here, investigator?
Again, we're back in the dining room. Our table is directly off to right-hand side here.
Yeah, Brian, you need to go back to the very start of this witness's testimony and then come back to us.
Into the kitchen. You can't see it, but you can access the basement through a door here.
I know.
And you kind of access a back like mudroom pantry area through that little opening there.
Okay, do you have any knowledge as to what room Christy Folman was in when officers were there?
My understanding is that she was located in the back of the house here.
Okay, in that pantry type area that you called it?
Mudroom area, yeah.
Okay. What are we looking at here?
This is just an additional view. You'd be standing right next to the refrigerator here. This would be the pantry mudroom and then the exit out of the home. If you walk into this room and take a quick left, that would be the way to exit the residence.
Okay.
That'd be the first thing I'd be doing.
Again, that's just the door leading to the outside from the back of the house.
Okay. And here?
So this is a shot into Tyler's bedroom. If you're standing next to the bathroom, which is right here, looking in, this would have been the view of the officers who first encountered Tyler. He would have been laying among these blankets, and he would have been facing the wall there.
Okay. And here?
This would be if you turned 180 degrees around, you're now looking back down the hallway into Jennifer's room.
Okay, that's the last one on that.
Yeah.
I will be putting up more shortly, just so you know. Okay.
I agree.
All right, so that was the general layout of the house. When you searched,
it takes a certain kind of sick to go there too, doesn't it?
The residents more thoroughly, did you start in the kitchen?
I did.
Tell me about, did you observe anything in the kitchen? Anything collected for evidence?
Nothing collected for evidence there.
Okay. Observe anything that made you concerned or anything in the kitchen area whatsoever?
No blood evidence in there.
Any signs of a disturbance?
No.
Okay. After the kitchen then, what did you process next?
I believe the next place I went into was the bedroom where Tyler Dazey was located.
Okay, may I approach?
Yes.
12. Handing you what I marked as State's Exhibit 12. It's a group of just 3 photos.
What are those photos of?
Photos of Tyler's room.
And that's how it appeared to you on January 18, 2024?
Yep.
Move to admit Stacy's exhibit 12.
No objection. 12 is admitted.
Please don't ask him to refresh his recollection.
Okay. The first photo, can you tell me what we're looking at here?
Again, the photographer would be standing in the doorway. This is the makeshift bed.
Is this a true and accurate description of Tyler?
Tyler didn't actually have a bed in his room. He just kind of slept on various blankets and comforters. That's where he would have been located. Right here is the door to the attic, which I mentioned or noted previously.
Okay. And here?
Just an additional view. This is a large Cobalt brand tool chest that he had in his room.
And is there a backpack in there?
There is, yep.
Okay. Did you learn anything about that backpack?
Yeah, so once it came time to actually search the room, search the residence, located, I believe Captain Style located at least two knives
yes, they did.
In that bag.
Okay. Tactical gear, is that what you'd call it?
Yeah.
Okay. And then the next photo?
Again, that's just an additional view of the large Cobalt tool chest, which he had in his room.
Okay. Did you see any blood splatter in that room?
I did not.
Did you see any disturbance of any sort?
No.
And did you locate anything that had identifying information for Tyler Dazey?
I did, yeah.
Tell me about that.
Yeah, it was clear that he was living in the room. There were there in the laundry baskets here. There were numerous shirts from Tri-State Quality Metals that had Tyler embroidered across the chest.
Okay. And was Tyler Dazey's wallet or driver's license also located within the home?
Within the home, yes.
Okay. Did you notice any blood splatter, or did you collect anything from that room?
We did collect some things from that room. We didn't collect any, again, there was no blood spatter within the room, but we did collect certain things from the room. We collected all the blankets that he was kind of using as a makeshift bed that he had kind of been wrapped up when we first came in contact with him.
Did any of those items appear to have any blood on them?
Not that we observed, no.
Okay. So after you went there, did you assist in the search of the bathroom?
I did.
Okay, may I approach?
Yes.
13. Handing you what I previously marked as State's Exhibit 13. Take a look through that group.
Don't say go down.
And what is this a group of photos of?
Just some additional photos of the bathroom.
Okay, and is that how it appeared to you on January 18, 2024?
Yes.
Move to admit State's Exhibit 13.
No objection. 13 is admitted.
Okay, we'll go through these one by one again. Tell me what we're looking at in this photo.
We're just looking into the bathroom from the hallway. We kind of noted that there were several towels that were kind of tossed down on the floor, kicked against the bathtub. Looked like someone had showered and just kind of left the towels there.
Okay, so the shower curtain is obviously where the shower is located. Yep. Where is the toilet and sink located if you're looking at this photo?
So it's a really small bathroom. If you walk in and kind of turn off to your right, you're going to locate the sink, and then the toilet's kind of tucked in the corner.
Okay, so the toilet is right behind that door?
Yes.
Okay. All right, what are we looking at here then?
So again, that's the sink. We can see the tub over here. We can see the bathroom over here.
Okay. Does it appear from this that there's some kind of shelf above the toilet?
Yes.
Okay.
All right, next one.
So this is an additional photo of the shelving unit. If a man stood to use the toilet, they would be kind of facing those shelves. Those shelves would kind of be at varying levels, kind of like shoulder length or shoulder height, head height, stuff like that. This is a SOG brand tactical tomahawk that was resting on the shelves. It was the top part, the actual hatchet was, or the tomahawk was on the shelving unit, but a majority of the actual handle was kind of just left dangling off, almost as though someone had just like quickly set it down and it was right there.
Okay. All right, and then this photo.
So again, it's just an additional photo of how the tactical tomahawk had been set down on top of the shelf. Again, this just kind of better demonstrates how much of that handle was hanging out and how it's almost just like resting on there. And again, the toilet would be directly below it. If a man was standing in front of the toilet to use it, basically you'd get poked with that hatchet the way it was sticking out. It's a very tight squeeze in that bathroom.
Okay, what's that item next to the blade of the hatchet?
So this is just some sort of vape. Again, whether it was nicotine or THC, I don't have an answer to that, but it was some sort of vape device.
Okay. And here, what are we looking at?
Just an additional photo, again, showing the top of that tactical tomahawk, a better shot of the vape pen or the vape device.
Okay. So did you collect that hatchet then?
Yeah, the first person into the bathroom actually collected it, but I assisted with the packaging of that hatchet.
Okay, so you assisted with the packaging of the hatchet. What did you do with it after it was packaged?
Once it was packaged, it was set aside for transport to the law enforcement center and then further processing at the state lab.
Okay, at the state crime lab?
Yes.
Okay, and did you package it up and send it to them in its entirety, or did you do any testing on that hatchet first?
No, based off what we were seeing inside the house, we believed there would be some trace evidence on there. When it comes to evidence, kind of the more you kind of handle stuff, tamper with it, move it around, the more likelihood you have of destroying the integrity of that evidence. Something like that, we just want to put it in a box, seal it up, and let someone with even additional training and experience kind of run their tests on there.
So when you sent it to the lab, what kind of testing were you anticipated they would do on this item?
We made some requests for a couple of different kinds of testing. We wanted them to test for DNA and blood evidence, and we also asked that they test for latent fingerprints or anything like that might be on there.
Okay, very good. May I approach?
Yes.
Yes. My bathroom door has a pair of boobs on it. I shit you not.
Okay, I'm here
Cartoon
to do what I
ones.
have marked as States Exhibit 14 and States Exhibit 15. I'm going to hand you 15 first. What is 15?
So 15 is the SOG brand nylon sheath that keeps being mentioned, which was located on the dining room table.
Okay, and I would move to admit States Exhibit 15.
Okay. 15 is admitted.
And then 14, I realized I put the sticker on the outside of this evidence box, okay? Tell me what is contained within the box.
So inside that box is a sealed SOG tactical tomahawk, which is sealed in heat seal plastic. Also in there are some swabs which were collected by the DCI laboratory in relation to their testing, which are sealed in a separate package.
Okay, and there's tape and things, you guys always package evidence to ensure the chain of custody, so no foreign hands, so to speak, are on it?
That's correct.
Okay, I would move to admit States Exhibit 14.
I just look at the box. Yes, absolutely.
I'm gonna have him open it,
Okay.
so I just didn't want to touch it myself, so I was gonna
I don't
have him
blame
open
ya.
it. Do you want to see it? Oh, that's fine. We
breathing
can take
into
the
a mic.
label off. We can put a new label on the inside. Okay.
Your Honor, just for the record, no objection as long as the box doesn't go back.
Exhibit 14 is admitted.
Okay, if you want to open that, investigator, and then when you are done, can the witness step down to show the jury judge?
Yes.
Okay, if you could step down as soon as
Okay.
you're done and with open both items and show them to the jury.
So this would be the tactical tomahawk, which we located in the bathroom. Again, this was a towel that was initially packaged, it was kind of repackaged for purposes of presentation to you guys today. This would have been what was collected, packaged, and sent to the lab for testing. And then here, exhibit 15, this again would be that nylon holster, which would have been located on the kitchen table. And again, so it was pretty evident to us that these belong together.
Okay, and then, may I approach again, Judge?
Yes.
I put the sticker. Okay, and then we'll just put them in that box. Sorry, just give me 1 second, okay?
Can we take that?
Yes.
Oh, yeah. Okay. So you sent that item in for testing and you continue to process the bathroom. Did you collect any items from the bathroom or any specimens?
Yes, so we, again, we collected that vape. We collected those towels that were kind of balled up.
Some urine off the roof.
On the ground in front of the tub. So again, it looked as though someone had, the last person who showered may have tossed those down once they were wrapped up. There was a towel hanging on the towel rack, which was also seized. We did seize the shower curtain. There was kind of a pinkish reddish substance on it. Didn't look like it was quite consistent with blood, but whenever we're processing a crime scene, we would rather take more and find out we don't need it, or find out later it wasn't blood than leave evidence at the scene. We also collected a swab from the sink. Inside the sink, there was what looked like a blood droplet on the sink. And so that dried blood would have been collected. We also collected a swab from the area around the bathtub drain. We attempted to remove the drain to kind of access the P-trap to maybe access any trace evidence. We were unable to, so we had to settle for kind of swabbing that area to hopefully collect any trace evidence.
Okay, and you also saw items that you swabbed in the living room and the hallway?
Yes.
Okay, may I approach?
Yes.
Joey. 16. I'll first hand you State's Exhibit 16. Take a look at those photos.
Yep.
Okay, and what generally is depicted within those photos?
Just kind of the areas that where swabs were collected when we processed the bathroom.
Okay, and then number 17.
Okay.
What are those?
Would have been possible blood spatter, which was located in the living room, dining room, and hallway.
Okay, and these photos looked as the scene did to you on January 18, 2024?
Yes.
Who could admit State's Exhibit 16 and 17?
16 and 17 are both admitted.
May I publish?
Yes.
All right, investigator. You were talking, I believe, about the item depicted in this photo. Can you explain it just again?
So this is the shower curtain. This is kind of that pinkish reddish substance that was on there. we seized the whole curtain just in case, but looking at it closely, it certainly looked much more like maybe nail polish or paint or something than blood. It's just too bright and pink.
Okay. And then here in this photo?
Yeah, so this is the bathroom sink. Placard number 9 marks the dried blood droplet in the sink. That photo is kind of washed out. I can't point out exactly where that blood droplet is in the photo, but there was one present there, and that was collected.
And it was close somewhere to the drain, right?
Yes.
Okay. And then this one, I'm sorry, these photos are not great. But what's in this one?
That's the bathtub drain. Again, the area that we kind of swabbed was just kind of around there with the hopes of possibly collecting some trace evidence.
Okay. Okay, that's it. And then we'll move on to Exhibit 17. What are we looking at here?
We are back in the living room. There is some dried blood on the floor by number 2. Number 3 was just what appeared to be a fiber. It was just.
Sorry. I'll put it back in a second. Yeah. I don't need to show that. Change the photo, please.
And this photo?
Sorry.
So this is just outside of Jennifer's room. The carpeted area would be the entrance to Jennifer Dazey's room. Both 5 and 6. Number 5 is more visible. Dried blood on the floor. 6.
Sorry, they had the dog on the couch, and I didn't want to show that.
Also marked a spot of dried blood on the floor.
Okay, so you collected swabs from those items.
Yes.
Okay, can you just explain how you do that?
Yeah, so anytime we're dealing with blood spatter on items that are too big for us to just fully collect, again, something like a hatchet, we'll just pick it up and preserve all of that. Well, we're not going to dig up the floor to send that off. So we have to collect the blood. So what we do is we'll take oversized cotton swab, we'll kind of wet it with some sterile water. And then as you rub that stain, it kind of, I guess you could say, rehydrates the blood, and then it transfers from the floor onto that swab. That swab is then placed in a box, a small box. That box is then sealed up in a envelope, and then that is how we collect that swab. We can then send that swab off to the lab, and they're able to do their testing with the.
I wasn't quick enough. There was a little bit of it, but yeah, I couldn't work out how to stop it.
The evidence on the tip of the swab.
Okay, I think now is a good time to kind of chat about that preliminary investigation and sending items to the lab, okay? The Iowa Crime Lab sources our entire state, correct?
Yes.
Okay, so every police department will send items to the Iowa Crime Lab.
That's correct.
Okay, so when you are initially investigating a case, can you pick up everything and send it to the Iowa Crime Lab?
No, they have a general rule, which isn't a hard and fast rule, but it's something that they certainly try to go by. They allow you to send 10, what's called 10 probative items. So items which could contain trace evidence that would be that they would need to run some tests on. So if you go to a crime scene, something like this, you may collect 30 plus swabs. You may collect, numerous shirts, shoes, all of that. Well, they don't have the resources to test 30, 40, 50 pieces of evidence for every single crime that gets submitted to them, because again, they service every single police department in the state. So they kind of have that set 10 rule. So after we do our initial processing, we kind of have a meeting, talk about what evidence did we collect, what value could we gain if we send these off to be tested, what are the pros, what are the cons, and then we kind of come up with that list of 10 that we want to send off for testing.
And some of those items were these swabs and the hatchet.
Yes.
And why would that be?
Well, again, based off what we saw on scene, the hatchet certainly appeared to be associated with the crime, and we believe there could be some significant trace evidence on there that could be helpful in the prosecution of this case. Additionally, we want to test those blood swabs throughout the house to verify who that blood belongs to, either confirm, yes, it is Jennifer's blood, or it belongs to an unidentified individual who possibly was leaving the scene and was bleeding as they left.
On that.
Okay. So you collected those swabs. And what else did you observe in that living room?
Again, we kind of touched on that.
You don't need this up. Did you see the dog in the living room?
Yeah, we touched on
yeah,
Echo.
we did.
He was, again, kind of wrapped up in some sheets. So only part of his back was kind of visible. You could see there was blood. You could kind of see his curly golden hair.
Okay.
We collected
Thanks.
that blanket. That
La.
was kind of, he was wrapped up in because it was covered in blood. And then we were kind of able to better examine Echo and his injuries.
Okay, may I approach?
Yes.
18. Handing you what I marked as State's Exhibit 18. Can you look through those?
If they're pictures of the dog, I'm not going to show them.
What are those photos of?
Those would be pictures of Echo.
Okay, is that how he appeared to you on January 18, 2024?
Yes.
Move to admit State's Exhibit 18.
No objection. 18 is admitted.
And then may I publish?
Yes.
Sorry. Oh. Not looking. You don't want to. Sorry. Oh. Oh, for fuck's sake. Yes, thank you. Take them down. Fucking hell.
And the dog was ultimately
Sorry.
taken.
Sorry. You didn't want to see those. And you didn't want to hear it either.
Where for an examination?
So Officer Slight took him to Vanderloo and White for
I'll
an
order
exam.
a few.
Anything else you
That was nasty.
processed or observed or took a look at from the living room, dining room, kitchen, bathroom, or Tyler's room that was of relevance to this investigation?
Yes, part of our investigation is, verifying no signs of forced entry. Part of that involves looking at windows, stuff like that. Again, their screens were intact, windows were intact. No signs of any forced entry through any of the windows.
Okay. Was there any money located?
Yes.
I've got a feeling that if they were happy to show those pictures, then I've got a feeling they're going to be happy to show the deceased. So I've got my finger on the trigger.
In one of those photos, I'd pointed out Jennifer's purse. That was kind of just sitting out there in plain view. I did go through her purse. There was some small amount of cash, I think under $100 in there. There was a check written out that was in the purse. But yeah, that was all there and present.
Okay, wasn't there money located in other portions of the house too?
Yep, so in her bedroom, there was a significant amount of cash.
Okay, sorry, and I'm sorry if I missed that.
That's fine.
Okay, so let's move on to Jennifer's room. You told us about your general observations, but you did go back and process the room more thoroughly, correct?
Yes.
Okay, may I approach?
Yes.
19. Handing you what I marked as exhibit 19.
I've got a feeling that
Take a look through those. Okay. And what is this a group of photos of?
It would be additional photos of Jennifer's room.
Okay, of the master bedroom.
Yes, of the master bedroom.
And is that how it appeared to you on January 18, 2024?
Yes.
Move to admit State's Exhibit 19.
No objection. 19 is admitted.
AJ, are you happy for me to not show this? Let me know. Because it's your stream too. But if they're anything like the dog, I'm tipping you won't want me to.
May I publish?
Yes.
I will. I will explain what's happening. Yes. Right.
Actual nightstand
yet.
is kind of on here along the
Keep
wall.
my finger on the trigger.
And then this photo?
So this photo is important because this is a severed finger, which is resting on the nightstand next to her bed.
Missed that one, sorry.
The next one.
Just an additional photo of a severed finger.
Okay.
Oh, just
All right,
another
and
finger.
then what are we looking at here?
So this is kind of in more graphic detail.
All right. Oh, it. Okay. All right, hang on. They didn't show it, so I'll put it up. I'll back it up a bit. They didn't show the photos.
Yes.
He just explained what he's
Okay,
seen.
investigator. And if you could also use where it's helpful, the blown up diagram to show the jury where these photos are in perspective in that room, if that assists you. What are we looking at in the first photo of this exhibit?
So this is the nightstand next to Jennifer's bed. If we're looking at this master bedroom, the bed's kind of in this upper corner. The actual nightstand is kind of on here along the wall.
Okay. And then this photo?
So this photo is important because this is a severed finger, which is resting on the nightstand next to her bed.
Okay, the next one.
Just an additional photo of a severed finger.
Okay. All right, and then what are we looking at here?
So this is kind of in more graphic detail what I saw initially walking into the room. This is kind of where the blood on Miss Dazey had pooled. It's kind of difficult to see, but we can see a deep laceration or some sort of injury to her cheek. That yellow stuff is actually cheek fat. And again, there's injuries up and down the side of her head and her neck.
Okay, the next one.
An additional photo. Again, this is, as I described before, this finger is completely missing. This one is just barely hanging on by a tiny bit of flesh. And again, it's that injury is a little bit more visible on her cheek here.
Okay, and here?
Another photo kind of documenting the amount of blood that we saw on scene, additional documentation of her injuries as she laid in bed.
Here?
Additional photos of her severed fingers.
Okay, and tell me why one arm or hand is in a paper bag at this point.
So we're required to have a medical examiner come in and assist with an investigation into any unattended death. The decision was made that she was going to be sent for an autopsy, and it's common practice to package hands to preserve any trace evidence that may be found underneath a victim's fingernails if they were fighting back. Maybe it scratched the offender. That, in theory, trace evidence could be underneath some fingernails. So what we don't want to do is just send them off there and stuff gets bumped, stuff gets lost in the large bag. At least this way, if anything were to come off the hands, it's all contained within that bag.
Okay. What are we looking at in this photo?
So this doesn't quite capture how much blood spatter was on the wall, but this would have been the wall where her the head of her bed was. So her head would have been resting along here, and this would have been the north wall of the bedroom. And this is just one photo that kind of documents some blood spatter on the walls.
There's I don't know what those are called, a boppy pillow or something of that nature there in the corner. You see that?
Yeah.
What did you locate underneath that?
Wow.
Was her cell phone underneath it?
Yes, her cell phone was in bed with her. Yep.
Okay. Here, what are we looking at?
This is just some additional
finger
blood
hanging
spatter on the walls.
Okay, and you collected items from the walls as well?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, that's it for that. We can take those down. Okay. And all those items, not all of them, the items that you collected and submitted to the lab were sent away. The rest of the items you kept in evidence at the police department, correct?
Yes.
In case they were needed at some other time?
Yes.
Okay.
Sounds horrendous.
May we approach?
Yes.
Those injuries just sound. Oof. No wonder all the documents were behind a paywall for this trial.
Okay, folks, we're going to take a real short break, a restroom break, 5 or 10 minutes. Remember the admonition, report back to the jury room.
That was intense.
All rise for the jury.
Yeah. I haven't hovered my finger on something for so long, for quite some time.
Witness counsel.
Yes, Your Honor. We'd call Dr. Adam White.
It looks like that witness is gone. Thank goodness. Did they say Dr. Adam White? I wonder if this is the medical examiner.
Can I have you raise your right hand, please? Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? I do. Go ahead and have a seat there.
Oh.
And if you would state
Who's
your
your
name and
mama?
spell it for the record, please.
Michael Adam White, Michael Adamwhite.
Go ahead, counsel.
Thank you. Dr. White, you actually go by Adam, do you not?
Correct.
And that's because?
My father's name is Michael too.
Keeps you guys separated. What is your occupation?
Separated.
I'm a veterinarian.
How long have you been a veterinarian?
Graduated in 2011.
Where do you practice?
Vanderloo and White.
I'm not showing autopsy photos either of the dog. Sorry.
Animal Hospital.
Now, how long have you been practicing there?
Since 2012.
Are you board certified?
Yes.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 27. Do you recognize that?
Yes.
State what that is.
Just a state of Iowa veterinary license to practice.
I move to admit Exhibit 27.
No objection. 27 is admitted.
Are you in good standing with the veterinary board?
Absolutely.
Yes.
Now, on January 18th of this year, do you recall Officer Slight of the Dubuque Police Department coming to your office?
I do.
Can you just recall what he was there for?
The police officer was bringing animal in for examination.
Was the dog deceased?
Upon arrival, it was, deceased.
Can you describe the dog briefly?
Small to medium dog, 10 to 15 pounds.
Yeah. Another subscriber for lack of content.
And it was brown, short hair on it.
Okay, were you asked to examine the dog?
I was.
Did you in fact examine that dog?
I did.
Can you tell the
Is everyone happy that I don't show autopsy photos of the dog? Sorry, I made that decision without consulting. I've got to watch it because I've got to see the video, unfortunately. But if no one else wants to see that, I'm more than happy to explain what he is saying, because I think you can't hear the video, the audio, whilst I've taken it off the stage. That's fine, but can't. Yeah, no, if I take it off the. No, I don't think I can. Once I take it off the stage. No, I don't think I can, Gabby. I will transcribe it if it comes on. All right.
The jury what the purpose of the examination was?
To look for any evidence of injury as to why the dog would be deceased.
Could you walk through your exam just briefly and explain what it is you did?
Yep. Dog was in stiff rigor mortis upon presentation. Dog was covered in red sticky substance. We cleaned the red substance off, clipped some hair away. We ultimately found an injury to the right side of the head, which was a hole through the skin, subcutaneous tissue, through the bone, into the brain tissue was exposed.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Show you what's been marked State's Exhibit 28. There should be 2 items there. You recognize both of those?
I do.
Could you describe what they are?
The top copy
Can
is
you
an
still hear it?
X-ray that was taken after the hole in the skull was discovered, with the purpose of seeing if there was any X-ray evidence of foreign material in the head.
Did you in fact take that X-ray?
I did.
Right. Cool. That's what I'll do
And
then.
the photograph, did you take that photograph?
I did not take this photograph.
Was that taken at your office?
This was taken at my office.
I would move to admit Exhibit 28.
No objection. 28 is admitted.
Move to publish.
Yes.
Just in case.
Is that the X-ray?
It's all right.
Yes.
Is there anything that you noted from that X-ray or that you found from that X-ray?
Looking for anything that would show up within the skull and thinking of metal fragments, and no metal fragments in the skull. There was a metal object found in the shoulder area, which was later identified to be a microchip.
You didn't find any fragments?
Not in the skull.
Okay, can you flip to the other one?
Well,
Okay, that's the photograph. Is that of the wound?
That's of the wound,
Sorry.
correct.
Yeah, can you describe a little bit that photograph, the orientation of it?
Yep, it's on the right side of the skull. You do have an opening in the skin. Not much subcutaneous tissue to go through, but it's open. You can see white material in there. That's a bone fragment. And then immediate to the next to that white material would be the tissue in the brain cavity there.
Did you have to do anything to expose that wound in order to examine it more closely?
Just cleaning and clipping away hair.
You shaved the hair back to get to the wound?
Correct.
Did you probe that wound at all to check the depth?
I did. I explored it just to see if it was full thickness through the skull, and it went into the brain tissue.
After your examination, were you able to determine the cause of death?
I would suspect it was trauma to the head.
You think?
Would it be a sharp force trauma?
It would take a blunt or penetrating trauma to create a hole in the skull like that.
Right. May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Let me show you what's
Do they
been
really
marked
have to
as
go
State's
into so much
Exhibit
detail?
14. Would the backside of that instrument be consistent with the wound that you observed in the photograph?
Yes.
You can't say for certain that this caused it, but this is certainly consistent. Is that correct?
Correct.
Oh, I just don't want anyone to.
May I
Yeah.
approach again, Your Honor?
Yes.
Because it's not nice.
Show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 29. Do you recognize that document?
I do.
What is that?
The medical notes I made after the examination.
And that's your notes for sure?
My handwriting, my signature, yeah.
I would move to admit Exhibit 29.
No objection. 29 is admitted.
Was that the end of your involvement in terms of examining this particular animal?
Correct.
Thank you. I don't have anything further.
Cross-examination.
I don't really
How you doing today,
want
Doctor?
to do anything to jeopardize AJ's channel either. So, yeah. Repeatedly shown in the stream doesn't make an active effort to shield from viewers. Okay, cool. All right, I'm doing the right thing then. Sweet. Yes, I put my be right back overlay right over the top so you could still hear it. He still described it in graphic detail though.
Good.
Good. Never gonna accept another dog from the police again.
No.
Is the injury consistent with being struck one time?
Yes.
And would have death likely been instantaneously?
Likely instant.
Okay. No further questions. Thank you, doctor.
Nothing further.
Thank you, sir. You're free to go.
I'd recall then investigator Isaiah Hoff.
Thank you, doctor.
Come on back up this way, please. Just go ahead and have a seat.
No worries, Angel.
You've already taken an oath. Do you understand you're still under oath?
Oh, he's
I do.
back.
Okay, very good. Counsel, whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Judge. Where we left things, we had just been talking about all of the items you collected and the ones you selected to send for testing.
Yes.
Okay, so after that, you packaged the items, you decided which ones you wanted to do. Did you guys conduct any follow-up investigation?
We did. And again, we had kind of touched on this before as far as the additional money in the home. Again, prior to leaving, we searched the.
I'm talking about after, like, did you guys do any neighborhood canvas? What did you do to follow up on your investigation of the scene?
Gotcha. So,
Sorry.
Yes, the neighborhood canvas was completed after the fact.
Okay, and you talked to family members, you talked to various people?
Yep. Part of any homicide investigation is, we kind of talk about their circle of contact. Getting to know the victim helps us better understand what would have happened if we can kind of understand the victim. And so part of that is speaking with roommates, family members, friends, ex-boyfriends.
All right, this goes for another 40 minutes. Is everyone happy to continue to the end of this and call it a day? Yes? All good? 40 minutes? Yay, nay? Hands in the
Friends,
chat.
anything like that.
Okay, and in anyone that you talked to or followed up with or canvassed, did anyone have any direct knowledge about what had happened to Jennifer?
No.
Cool.
Okay. Did you learn from your
Done.
canvassing about the makeup of the household members?
Yes.
Okay, what was that?
So we knew from speaking with numerous people who lived in the area that Jennifer had lived there for several years.
Well, that gets us through day one completely, and day two is today. So, yeah, we're good.
That Tyler had recently moved in with her, 6 or 7 months ago, and that those were the two that were currently living in the home.
Okay, any complaints of any noises or fights or any dramatics at
I
1605
aim to
Avoca
please.
from your neighborhood canvas?
No, that's part of our canvas, is to ask if anyone heard any disturbance or anything like that. No one was reporting that.
That primarily Tyler and Jenny kept to themselves?
Yeah, everyone kind of described them as good neighbors. They knew who they were. They were aware of them. No one really had said that they were super close with them, but everyone kind of knew Jennifer and Tyler lived there.
Okay, and were interviews done with Jennifer's other children, Nick and Kylie?
Yes.
Okay. You didn't do those interviews though, did you?
I did not know.
Okay. Did you though, as an investigator with the Criminal Investigations Division, follow up on information obtained from officers from the interviews with Nick and Kylie?
Yeah, so Lieutenant Crable, I believe, interviewed Nick Frey. Anytime we do an interview with anyone, we want to fact check them. Are they telling us the truth on stuff? Nick had kind of laid out what he had did the night prior, what he, on the 17th into the 18th, and kind of how he learned of his mother's passing. So I was kind of tasked with verifying his statement to law enforcement. For those of you who aren't familiar, Dubuque has a very extensive camera system here in town. It's kind of, cameras are kind of mounted at every major intersection. And if we have descriptions of individuals, vehicles, time frame, stuff like that, it's relatively easy to kind of track them around town and plot their movements around town. So I utilize those traffic camera systems to follow up on Nick's movements on the 17th into the 18th.
Okay, and there's been previous discussion about some cameras located at 1605 Avoca Street. Were you able to identify Nick on that camera footage?
I was.
Okay, tell me about that.
So we were able to pick him up on city traffic camera footage coming down Asbury Road. He had mentioned that he stopped off at the Dubuque Advertiser to pick up some newspapers. The way he traveled on cameras was consistent with that. We had him operating his red pickup truck. We were able to track that basically all the way into the neighborhood where at 1605 Avoca Street. We were then able to, through a search warrant, obtain ring camera footage from the front door at 1605 Avoca Street. And that footage shows him arriving at the home on the evening of the 17th around 7:45 p.m.
Okay, and he had a stack of advertisers with him?
Yes, and those newspapers were located on the couch in the living room.
Okay, and did he leave, according to the ring footage, around 8 o'clock, 8 p.m. or something of that nature?
Yeah, around 8:05. He kind of, I think he steps out to let the dog
I can't wait to be doing shit like that.
out and
Pulling
let
up
it go
members.
out in, and then he leaves the house at approximately 8:05 that night.
Okay, was Tyler home at that time?
Based off his statement, Tyler would have been home, yes.
Okay. And then Nick had said that he had gone out of town. Did you follow up on that through traffic camera and the things?
Yep, so Nick's vehicle was parked at 1605 Avoca Street when we showed up there. In speaking with him, he had said he stopped by that evening because the check engine light on his vehicle was on, which is why he needed to use his mother's GMC crossover vehicle. So again, we were able to pick up that GMC crossover vehicle, leaving the area of 1605 Avoca Street. Shortly after 8:05, when we know he left the house, we were then able to track that, through the intersection at 22nd and Central, all the way up to the 2500 block of Jackson Street where Nick lives.
Okay, and then from there?
The car was on camera all night. We were able to watch it. The car didn't move. Around 5:30, 5:35 in the morning, Nick comes out of the house, turns the car on to get it warmed up. After 5 minutes or so, he hops on the car, heads south through town, hops on 150, 161, and continues out of town down towards Cedar Rapids.
Okay, and when he arrived at Avoca Street or the law center, when he was notified about what was going on, did he leave an out-of-town work project to come back?
Based off his statement, yes.
Okay. So you mentioned that ring footage of Nick. There were ring cameras on the house, right?
Yes.
May I approach?
Yes.
Yes.
Andy, what I marked as State's Exhibit 20. What are those generally?
The exterior photos at 1605 Avoca Street.
Okay. And that's how it appeared to you on January 18, 2024?
Yes.
Move to admit State's Exhibit 20.
No objection. 20 is admitted?
May I publish?
Yes.
Okay, investigator. First photo in Exhibit 20. What are we looking at?
So if you're standing on the walkway up to 1605 Avoca Street, facing the front of the house, this would kind of be that entrance into that enclosed porch.
Okay. And here?
This would be a view from inside the enclosed porch, looking at the front door leading into the living room. Again, as mentioned in that previous photo, this would be the ring camera that's mounted on the door.
And I think it's previously been referred to as a ring doorbell.
Yes.
Okay, can you explain generically, if you know, how one of these cameras would function?
You purchase one of these cameras, you mount it, and you have to download the Ring app with that, and that gives you access to kind of view the footage. These cameras are, you can set how much motion triggers the camera, but they're often triggered by some sort of motion or by someone ringing the doorbell.
Okay, and in order to have access to that footage and your experience as a law enforcement with Ring footage in your investigations? Is that something you have to pay to access?
Yeah, so there's two different ways you can kind of use these Ring cameras. The first would just be to more or less live stream them. If you were to install one of these at your house, download the app, create an account, if you were to pull up that app, you could kind of view it live. But you are required to purchase a subscription plan if you want to access the cloud storage. So if you don't pay, I believe it's like $49.99 a year, none of the footage will be saved.
The next photo?
So this is the back of the residence. The photographer would be standing in the driveway. These are steps leading up to that rear door. Appears a Ring camera.
Okay. And this?
Just a closer view of the Ring motion camera.
Okay, so we briefly discussed that front camera, and we also talked about footage that you reviewed from that front camera. What about this camera?
So Corporal Stair obtained a search warrant requesting all saved Ring footage that was stored in the cloud. Ring did provide us with any and all activity from the front doorbell. Ring did not supply us with any footage from this rear camera.
Okay, and in your training experience, what reasons could be that there wasn't any footage provided?
I'm going to object to speculation.
Well, she's asking what reasons could there be, not what happened here. You can answer.
There's three main reasons why footage wouldn't be provided. The first would be that the camera is not plugged in and is not functional, therefore wouldn't be in a position to capture any motion. The second would be that there was no motion or no activity at that back door, therefore nothing would be triggered and nothing would be saved to the...
And the third reason would be if it was in a Sallyport in Canton?
The cloud. The third reason would be that the subscriber is not paying for cloud storage. Part of Ring's subscription is it's like $49.99 for one camera and then like $99.99 for unlimited amounts of camera. So a subscriber could make the decision, hey, the front door is what I'm most concerned with. I only want to pay $50 a month. Therefore, I'm just going to kind of utilize this as a live camera, and I'm not so much concerned about storing of the footage.
Okay. May I approach?
Yes.
Want this whole thing? Yeah, that's fine. I'm gonna do this.
Yeah, that's fine.
All right, I'll first hand you what I marked as State's Exhibit 21. Is this the certificate of authenticity that Ring provided you, accompanying the footage that they provided you from the front camera at 1605 Avoca Street?
Yes.
Okay, so this certifies that they are authentic, correct?
Yeah, so anytime people will provide us with business records footage or something like that, someone will actually go through and sign a letter saying what I'm sending you is true and accurate and everything that you requested.
Okay, and there was a clarification within that document later with follow-up requests about this second camera and them stating, we provided you everything we have.
That's correct. Again, we did reach back out to Ring in an attempt to verify why no footage was provided from that rear camera. We were told by Ring, we have provided any and all available footage saved to the cloud associated with this account.
Okay, move to admit State's Exhibit 21.
So, any objection to 21?
No, Your Honor.
21 is admitted.
Okay, I am now showing you a flash drive that contains a Ring camera clip from January 17th and a Ring camera clip from January 18th. Have you reviewed all the Ring camera clips that were provided to you?
Hot mic, hot
Okay,
mic.
and have you reviewed clips from both January 17th and January 18th?
Yes.
Okay, was there one clip at around 10 p.m. that Jennifer appeared on the footage?
Yes,
On the 17th, excuse me.
that's correct.
And then one clip on the 18th at approximately 8:38 a.m. that shows Miss Fullman entering the residence.
That's correct.
And were those, I would move to admit State's Exhibit 22 and 23.
'22 and '23 are both admitted.
Go away, spinny wheel.
What did they have?
Oh, I'm gonna say this wrong. I think it's like Greenwich time, something to that effect. But basically, it's like a standard time, and we have to do the conversion on the timestamps to Central Standard Time.
Okay. Okay. You reviewed this clip and the timestamp on it was 10 o'clock p.m. Is that correct?
Once the conversion was done, yes.
Okay. And who is in this photo walking out the door?
That is Jennifer Dazey.
Okay. Okay, and that's the end of that clip. You didn't cut it down or anything like that, correct?
No, again, those clips are motion activated, so they send what they send.
Yep, so it depends on what's happening, whether or not they trigger or not, correct?
Yes.
Okay, and are they a forward projecting camera? Do they project forward or backwards?
Forward.
Okay. Okay, we'll play exhibit 23. And you know this is 8:38 a.m. on January 18th?
Yes.
Okay. Is that Ms. Fullman walking in?
It is.
Oblivious as to what she's going to open the door to. She could only turn back time.
Okay, and that was the end of that clip?
Yes.
After that, who's the next person that's seen on camera going into that house?
Officer Hesselbacher arriving.
And Ms. Fullman's testimony in her statement to police was that she stood inside the door. Would that be a reason why the camera didn't re-trigger?
Yeah.
To show her exit or anything like that?
Yeah, so the way, from the pictures, you can kind of see there's a storm door and then there's that main door. Watching the video, you can kind of see that end of the door doesn't fully completely close. So it would almost be as though she's kind of sandwiched in that little triangular space that's created by the partially open storm door and then the opened or partially opened wood door leading to the house.
Okay. And at least from the footage on that camera, no one is seen going in or out of that house between 10 p.m. on January 17th and 8:38 a.m. on January 18th.
That's correct.
You previously testified that Ring said there's no footage from the backdoor camera. So did you investigate any potential entry at that, I should say the side door entry?
Yeah, so we were able to verify that that door was locked upon our arrival on the 18th. And again, that, it's visible in body camera footage and everything that that door was locked when we arrived.
Okay, and you pulled a clip from body camera footage to show the condition of the deadbolt as well as the door handle?
Yes.
Okay, and how did you confirm that the position the deadbolt was in a locked position?
So in all the body camera, any body camera officers that were in that back room that captured the door, that deadbolt is in the thumb lock is in a thumb knob's in a vertical position. I had reached out to the property owner, it's either Ron or Rod Smith, and talked with him about that. He said he's familiar with all the locks that he installs in his property. He said if that lock is vertical, if the thumb lock is vertical, that deadbolt is locked and engaged.
Okay, may I approach?
Yes.
Handing you what I marked as State's Exhibit 24. And what is that, investigator?
So this is a screenshot of Captain Stiles' body camera. It shows his time in that back room. On the left-hand side, you can kind of see the doorknob and the deadbolt lock. You can see that the lock is engaged in a vertical position.
Okay.
The troops are restless.
24.
No. 24 is admitted.
Publish, please.
Yes.
All right. Show the jury, please, what you were referencing.
So again, this is just a still image of a body camera. This is the deadbolt. Again, it's clearly in the vertical position, that style of lock. If it's in that vertical position, it would show that that deadbolt is engaged. Again, this knob lock has the electrical tape on, which I believe was already explained why that was relevant.
Okay. All right. So other
So
than the
generous,
lock,
Bri.
any observations on the exterior in that area or the outside of the house that you observed to determine whether or not there was any forced entry or any disturbance or any other access point?
Yeah, there was a door leading from the steps going down into the basement that led to the backyard. It was clear that there was absolutely none of the snow outside of that door had been disturbed. No one had come in and out of that door.
Okay, hold on one second. I'm going to put up another photo for you to show them what you're talking about, okay? I'm going to, going to put up there Exhibit 3. Okay. There's 2 doors in this photo. Which door are you talking about first?
So what I'm referring to is the door that's located right here that leads directly out into the backyard from the steps leading down into the basement. Again, there was snow in the backyard, absolutely no footprints coming or going from that door.
Okay. And then
I'm going to do a when I get monetized, I'm going to do a clip from Talladega Nights that says, "Show me the money." Ow! For every time I get a super sticker. Love that money. Ow!
And anything else that you did to look around the outside to see if anyone else had accessed?
Yeah, again, as previously mentioned, we always want to check to see if windows and screens are in place, which they were in this case. No evidence of any footprints in the snow underneath any of the windows. Again, this is that locked back door where the deadbolt is engaged in that back mudroom pantry area.
Okay. Any evidence of a disturbance from what you saw?
No.
Okay. Now, investigator, as part of your investigation, you have reviewed some phone calls the defendant made in the past couple of months, correct?
Yes.
Did the defendant ever point to anyone else who could be responsible for this?
Yes, so there were, all calls made from the Dubuque County Jail are recorded. All inmates are notified of this before they make the phone call. We have software that allows us to review those
What's
phone
in
calls.
common?
Part of any investigation is kind of monitoring those phone calls, see who are they calling, what are they talking about, are they making any admissions? Back in March, end of March, I think March 30th, Mr. Dazey made at least 2 phone calls, one to his brother, Nick, and then one to his Aunt Katie. In these phone calls, he had identified his ex-girlfriend, Tessa, as having been at the front door of the house on the day of the murder and of being present inside the home while he was being detained by officers.
Did you, well, first, let's talk about prong 1 here. Was Tessa ever in the residence
No,
when law enforcement was there?
no,
Okay. Did anyone see her outside the residence?
no.
Okay. Now, the second portion, did you follow up on his claim regarding Tessa?
I did.
And was she, I'm assuming you talked to her.
Yes.
Okay. How did you eliminate her as a potential suspect?
I sat down and I did an interview with her. She had stated that it had been several years, 4 or 5 years since she last spoke with Tyler, denied having any knowledge that anyone was living, or that Tyler and his mother were living at 1605 Avoca Street, and denied any knowledge of any involvement.
Okay, so she didn't even know that he lived there?
According to her statement, no.
Okay. Was there any other evidence that would have connected her to this crime?
No.
All right. I have no additional questions, investigator. Thank you.
Cross-examination. Yes.
Sidebar. Nice tie.
Yeah, go ahead and do yours first.
Do yours first. No, mine first. You ain't first, you're last.
Investigator Hoff, I have just a couple of questions for you with regards to the ring cameras. On direct examination, you had testified that there were only 3 ways in which that camera in the backyard wouldn't produce footage.
Yes.
Okay. Are you familiar with the Ring app? You talked about downloading it to a phone and opening it on a phone.
Yeah, I have some knowledge of the app, yes.
Okay. To your knowledge, is it also possible to go into the settings on a camera in your app and turn off motion sensitive and the various recording functions for a particular camera governed by that app?
I've still got it boosted at
Yeah, again, I had mentioned that you have the ability to kind of adjust how sensitive it is, what triggers it, stuff like that. Yes.
Okay. So somebody, in addition, there's a 4th way. Somebody could go into the camera and go into that particular camera's functions and stop that camera from recording, couldn't they? That is true, isn't it?
Yeah.
And the app isn't just limited to one phone. It can be put on, well, for example, I could put it on my phone and my wife's phone and my daughter's phone, couldn't I?
Yes, if you share login information, yes.
Nothing further. I don't have anything further. Mr. Hoover has some questions.
Go ahead, Mr. Hoover.
How you doing today, Investigator Hoff?
Doing well.
Long afternoon so far?
Not too bad.
Okay. When you arrived,
On the day of the 18th, did you observe that back door from the outside?
Yes, yeah, I would have. When I arrived, I went around back by Lieutenant Corporal at the time, Crable, who was standing back there, yes.
Okay. And did you observe whether or not there were footprints or at least that somebody had been on that porch?
Yeah, the steps had not been shoveled, and you could tell that people had come in and out of that back door.
And
oh dear,
do you know prior to the 18th when would have been the last time that it snowed? And for the record, maybe I should say January 18th of 2024.
I don't know when it snowed before that, no.
Okay.
7 days, apparently.
Refresh your recollection if you looked at some data from the weather,
really?
The weather service.
Sure.
Okay. May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
We've done this, and we've established that it was an animal.
And just look at this yourself. Don't read anything out loud. But if we look at here, this would have been the 18th. Okay. And I'm not interested on the snow that happened on the 18th because we can't verify it. And this is new snow.
Okay.
We can't verify when that happened. But if we go above the 18th, can you find the date where next it would have shown some new snow?
Would have been the January 12th or the 13th.
Okay.
Significant amount on the 12th, some on
Bad
the 13th.
shotgun.
Okay. And so if my math
I'm in the middle.
right, that'd be about 5 or 6 days from the 18th, correct?
Yes.
On the Ring doorbell subpoena, do you know how wide of a range Corporal Stare, right? Corporal Stare requested?
I'd have to look at the specific, what is named in the search warrant, but it was a few days before the 17th and the 18th.
Would it refresh your recollection if you had a chance to look at the search warrant?
Who cares?
May I approach?
Yes.
Yes.
If you, again, just look at it yourself and specifically this paragraph right here.
Yeah, so again, the search warrant requested all video recorded and stored from 1/1/24 to 1/19/24.
So at least it had snow in between that period of time, correct?
Yes.
So at least one can assume from the evidence that someone had approached that or had been on that porch sometime between the 12th and the 19th.
Oh, bugger.
Yes.
Okay.
We should all meet in Thailand in November. That's halfway, isn't it?
And also,
that sounds like fun.
More than likely, the officers on the scene would have triggered the camera on the 18th, correct?
Yes, they would have been in a position to have triggered that footage if it was active in recording.
And that back door, did you take any fingerprints off the deadbolt?
We did not know.
Okay. And would it be fair to say that Miss Folman was in a state of panic or hysteria when she discovered the body?
I would say.
We're starting at 7 a.m. tomorrow,
Okay.
Bri. Your time.
Sometimes people do things that they don't realize what they're doing when they're in a state of panic or hysteria.
Sure, sometimes they can.
Objection.
Is it possible that she may have locked the door and not realized that she locked the door?
Objection. Thank you.
Yeah, I'm not sure he would know.
I'm just asking if it's possible. I'm not-
Okay, go ahead, you can answer.
Anything is possible, yes.
Sure. And obviously, someone can enter that door if they had a key. Is that correct?
Yes.
And were you able to locate the keys for that back door?
So I never did know.
Okay. Now, in your investigation, you did receive some keys. Is that correct?
I believe Corporal Crable was given some keys for the residence.
Okay. And were you kind of
Now, I must say, I was whinging for the first 3 hours about not knowing where the defendant was and then regretting my words. And now I'm thinking, do I say, where's the witchcraft? Because I don't really know where that's going to take us.
of the lead investigator in this case?
Yes.
And so you would have kind of reviewed all the evidence?
Yes.
Okay. And do you know if anybody had tried any of the keys that Corporal Crable got?
I don't believe anybody tried them for the back door. I know they did work to engage the deadbolt on the front door, but I don't believe he or I tried them on the back door.
Do you know if any keys were ever recovered
You're welcome,
from Kylie?
sweetheart.
I don't.
That's only probably another 15 at max.
Do you know if she was asked for any keys?
Enjoy.
I don't know if she was
Enjoy
asked
your
during her interview.
Cheerios.
Okay. What about after her interview? And at any point, did anybody ask if she had keys?
Yeah, just don't bring the luminol, Gabby.
I don't believe law enforcement ever asked her that. No.
Okay. And you talked to a number of people that were associated either as a neighbor or associated with Jennifer, correct?
Yes.
And one of those people was Gina, I'm going to butcher this name, but Schelscher?
Schletty, I believe.
Schletty?
I believe.
Levy?
Am I?
I'm
I'm mispronouncing it, so I'm sorry.
Okay, yeah, I know I am too, so.
Alka-Seltzer.
And you kind of, why did you speak to her?
Based off my conversations during my canvas, a lot of people had told me she's the unofficial, neighborhood leader. Kind of knew what was going on in the neighborhood and was close friends with
Sticky nose.
Jennifer.
Okay. Did she have knowledge about Tyler and Jennifer's relationship?
Yeah.
And did she give any kind of indication what kind of relationship they had?
I mean, I can't remember the specifics of everything she talked about as far as their relationship goes.
I've still got this warning up because I know that there is a couple of photos still coming up.
Would it help refresh your recollection if you had a chance to look at your report?
Yeah.
Objection.
Well, I'm going to let him answer yes or no. It does call for hearsay.
You didn't, of all the people you talked to, did you find any indication of Tyler physically assaulting Jennifer?
No.
Okay. Did she give you any information about who maybe has keys to the house?
I believe she had mentioned that there was some dispute over Kylie having the keys and not returning them. Again, whether or not those were keys that had been turned over to the family that ended up in her hands after the incident, I'm not quite sure.
Okay. And you also stated that you interviewed Tessa George.
Yes.
And she didn't have any valuable information, correct?
No.
And at least at the time of the arrest, Mr. Dazey seemed fairly confused. Is that my understanding, your earlier testimony?
Yeah, again,
One
he
way of
was not
putting it.
responding how you would expect someone to respond.
Potato, potato.
Is it possible that he was mistaking someone else for Tessa George?
I don't know what he was thinking.
What the hell is this guy on about?
Look at a few of the exhibits that you went over. I just want to make sure I have
All right,
some
I'm ready.
clarification. Let's start with State's Exhibit 13. A minute. I'll pull it up quick. I think so.
Like Tyler said.
Okay. On State's Exhibit 13, there appears to be like some kind of reddish or some color here on the shelf. Can you confirm that that's not blood?
It very much appeared to be candle wax or something to that effect. Again, it kind of had that, circular shape of a candle. Could have been candle, could have been nail polish. It did not appear to be blood.
And you didn't find any blood spots on the head of this hatchet, correct?
That's for the lab to discuss, not me.
Okay. You didn't visually see any?
No.
Okay. And on the knives that you found, did you visually see any blood, or was there any indication that they had been used?
Not visibly, no.
And you didn't send those into the lab, correct?
No.
Do you know where Mr. Dazey kept this hatchet?
Not in his pocket.
I know based off his statement to investigators, he keeps it in his toolbox, in the cobalt toolbox in his room.
Okay. And that was, can you put it down for a minute, Your Honor?
Okay.
All right, and that's this right here, correct?
Yes.
And I believe you found the cover of the hatchet in the kitchen, correct?
In the dining room.
Dining room, on the table, correct? Okay.
I think it's this next one that might be.
And in your investigation, did you find out if anybody else knew about this hatchet?
No, I don't know whether or not it was anyone ever brought up the fact that they knew that he had a hatchet in his toolbox.
Okay. Did you ever find any bloody clothes in the residence?
No.
On those towels that you collected, did you observe any blood on those towels?
No.
Did you find any blood droplets in the bathroom other than in the sink?
No.
And can you put it down for a minute, Your Honor? I apologize. Yes, if you could put it back on, Your Honor. Okay. And this is State's Exhibit 17. And you said that you believe that was a blood drop, number 4?
Yes.
Okay. And then the only other 2 blood drops that you located were in front of Jennifer's room, correct?
That and number 2 was believed to be blood.
Okay. And was it ever determined whether number 2 was human or animal blood?
I don't believe number 2 was ever sent off to the lab.
Okay. What about number 4? Was that ever found out whether it was human or animal blood?
Yes, again, the lab can kind of speak to that further, but yes, that was Jennifer's blood.
Okay.
Take it down
And you
now.
receive a copy of that report,
Take the
right?
picture down now.
Yes.
Okay. And then 5 and 6, again, was that determined whether it was human blood or?
I believe placard 6 was sent to the lab, and that was determined to be Jennifer's blood. Yes.
Okay. And you can't really tell kind of which drops came first, correct?
No, there'd be no way of telling that.
You can take it down, Your Honor. In speaking with, I apologize. Do you know if any search was ever done of Kylie's residence?
No.
And when you say no, you mean there was no search?
There was no search of Kylie's residence, correct?
Do you know whether or not she was asked what clothes she was wearing?
No.
And do you know whether or not she was asked to bring in the clothes that she was wearing?
Objection. Investigator
I can't hear a thing she's
Okay,
saying.
objection's overruled. Do you remember the question?
Go ahead and ask that again.
Sure. Do you know if she was ever asked to bring in the clothing she was wearing that night?
I don't believe she was ever asked by Lieutenant Crable.
Okay. And what about Nick's residence? Was that ever searched?
No.
Did anyone ask Nick what clothing he was wearing that evening?
No, but we had him on both traffic camera and ring camera.
And other than the traffic cameras, did you make any other kind of verification as to whether or not Nick was in Cedar Rapids?
No. Again, we had him leaving town, headed south on 151.
Did you continue to monitor the traffic cams once you saw him heading down south?
Well, again, he would have passed the furthest southern camera, and so we would have no other cameras to monitor from there on.
Sure. Did you ensure that he didn't turn around and come back?
No.
No.
Do you know if that shower curtain was ever tested?
It was not.
Was the shower curtain sent to the lab?
I don't believe so.
This attorney's giving me the shits. Is it just me?
And I know you didn't observe the traffic cams of Kylie, but do you know if the footage was continuously watched throughout the night, or was it based on Kylie's her statements of when she got home?
That would be a conversation for you to have with Investigator Rosenthal.
Okay. Do you know whether or not Kylie had reported anybody else that could verify that she was home all night?
Do you know if Kylie had Cheerios for
Again,
breakfast?
I didn't interview Kylie.
You can tell he's getting pissed off too.
No further questions. Thank you, Investigator Hoff.
Thank you.
Any redirect?
No, Judge, thank you.
Okay, thank you, sir. You can step down.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Oh, you should
Probably
watch
a
the
perfect place
police
for us to
interview.
quit for the day. Okay. Folks, remember the admonition
right.
tonight. You've now heard some of the evidence.
Well. That took us to some places I didn't expect to go. No, siree. Certainly not in a public forum either. Nevertheless, I don't know if it's uphill or downhill from here. I cannot say, but we shall find out. Tomorrow, same time, same bat channel. I'm not sure who will be hosting. Either one of us. Doesn't really matter, does it? Because we're all here. Yay! It's like a little fam. I like it. I like it a lot. Yes, that's what I said. I was whinging for the first 3 hours that no one knew where the defendant was, and then I ate my words, and now I'm too scared to ask where all the WitchCraft is because I'm scared where that will lead us. So we've done a 5 hours and 40 minutes stream. Okay. Awesome. No wonder my bum's numb. Well, I've enjoyed every minute of it, and thank you very, very much again for joining us. I hope AJ enjoys her lovely lunch with her dad, and you all have a fantastic rest of the day. And tomorrow is Friday. Well, it's Friday for me already, but yes. Have a good night. Have a good day. I have got a numb bum. Thank you for joining us, Brian. Thank you for your generosity. That was lovely of you. Thank you too, Gabby, for everyone's help. And yes, this weary one shall be toddling off to bed. Thanks again for joining us, and we shall see you. Hang on, I've got to keep talking until I find my outro. Oop, and there's 2 more comments. Bye-bye. Thanks heaps, and see you tomorrow. Bid you adieu. Bye.
Covering true crime and police arrest, where the judges move